Hi! Oh,
Hi!
signal!
Hey!
Signal! We gotta get signal. Signal.
Go, 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 go,
Signal.
go! I like how it's gonna be super cozy signal today.
Signal. It's
Guys,
important to take the ears off.
signal.
Yee! I like how it's every time without fail, regardless of like any of like Lil's cosplays, anything. It is always the signal every single time.
Mhm.
It's just perfect.
What?
It's just perfect.
What's up?
I said I love how regardless of like whatever cosplay, outfit, anything you're in, it is the signal every time. It's
Oh
just
yeah,
perfect.
no, dedication at its finest.
Hells yeah, I love it. Also, I don't know if you heard, but it's did you Faith and Knox birthdays today?
Yay.
So we're gonna make sure to say happy birthday and everything,
It's whose birthday?
and
Yeah.
stuff. Faith, who does our summaries.
Birthday!
Yeah! I was literally just saying, I'm like, it's Faith and Knox birthdays. We gotta say, hey, happy birthday. And like, woo! So, yeah,
Oh
no,
my God.
kicking that off. Fucking happy birthday! Oh, so much happiness, so much excitement. Oh, love.
I was gonna say, how old are they?
I was gonna say the real question is the D&D stream older now than they are? Because we were joking about that before we got started, y'all. That we're at the point where the D&D stream is gonna get to be older than all of us in terms of episode numbers.
Yeah.
Just fantastic. We are
That was a great
ancient.
feeling.
Yeah, we are the ancient. We are the land, as we would say in Curse of Strahd.
Taking a while, but
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll get the last laugh because we'll outlive the D&D stream. So.
It's like doing something in dog years, but instead of dog years, it's just D&D episodes, you know? Like,
Yeah.
it's just a different measurement of time. But welcome on into tonight's stream, everybody. We are going to be kicking off with episode 31 of Stream of Stars campaign. We're going to go through, do our introductions first, and then we're going to have the amazing Lily Leone give us the recap. As part of our introductions, we like to do a little getting to know you question. And given where the players left off last time, where they were debating if they're going to be stealing from the Triangle store to get this ruby, Lil had the awesome idea of our getting to know you question tonight being, what is your favorite heist film? So what's
Slash,
your
like, deception film.
like a deception-y film? Yeah, like because we were talking about it, we're like, well, do these movies count? We're like, well, there's like people having to be like stealthy and tricky and stuff. Yeah, it counts, and everything. So
Oh, fuck, guys. Mission Impossible. We didn't even...
well, because out of all the heist, like that's not the one to me that I'm like heist film, especially because we were just in Vegas and everything. Ocean's 11's at the top of my mind for heist films and stuff. So kind of kicking things off, for anyone who doesn't know me, hi. I am Mallory, aka Mal, aka Teach. I am your DM for the evening. And for me, my favorite heist film, especially now that we said it, I know I just said Ocean's 11 is at the top of my mind, but it's Now You See Me. Now You See Me always blew my mind when I would see it, and then Now You See Me 2 has my celebrity crush of my entire life as the villain. So...
I've never seen the second one, so...
you know what, Mel? That's so valid.
Yeah, no, put Daniel Radcliffe in it and I'll watch it, is basically, like, how it goes. Yeah, I was actually very disappointed in myself that I fell asleep halfway through Weird Al, even though we started watching it at, like, 2:30 in the morning.
I really think you have narcolepsy. I really
It was 2:30 in the morning after my sister's wedding!
You fell asleep at, like, 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
And you fall asleep at, like, 5 p.m.,
Well...
like, you know, 11 a.m., like...
Yeah. Yeah, I have a couple places on my where I've fallen asleep list that I'm not very proud of. Yeah.
But literally, I just want to, like, I want everyone on stream to see this for a second. She literally fell asleep like this,
Oh, that's skilled.
holding her phone, pretending like she's fucking texting me back as I'm looking at her.
I wasn't
I'm like-
pretending!
And I'm like, you asleep? You asleep? bitch, you sleeping? And I started filming her, and I come over, and I'm like, you sleeping? No. Fucking 4 minutes
Honestly,
later.
I'm jealous of that skill. I wish I could fall asleep like that.
No, I think the one that has surprised me the most was I fell asleep not while they were performing. It was while the opening act was on, but I fell asleep during the opening act for the My Chemical Romance concert that I went to. But it wasn't
standing up.
Just the opening
it
act.
wasn't
Okay.
MCR themselves. It was the opening act, and the opening act was nah kind of thing.
Narcolepsy.
That's
You're
fine,
at a
that's fine.
concert.
My sister fell asleep at the One Direction concert she took me to.
There you go!
Oh my
I guess.
God.
So I'm just Case's
Whatever.
sister. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, no, the act just wasn't that great, and so I ended up falling asleep because I was bored, because they were just at the same note the entire, it's fine, anyway. Yeah, no, I have no excuses on my sleepness. It doesn't matter if I get a great night of sleep or no sleep.
Yeah,
Like,
that's the
even
best part.
on vacation, like, we slept well, and I still passed out, like, in the middle of the day, just cause. Yeah, so now you see me, because, Magic and also the sequel has Daniel Radcliffe. Lil, since you called me out, you're next.
I was ready. I came with this question, so
You
I
did.
had an
Yeah,
answer.
you're good. You're good.
So hi, I'm Lil Leon. Friends call me Lil. It's a girl. Yeah, so I play Aiko Takamaki, who's a student monk. She puts this a pacifist. My favorite heist / like deception movie. So if we went with strict heist, it would be The Usual Suspects. Fantastic movie. Edward Norton's in it, who's one of my celebrity crushes. But also just like stellar movie, great twist. And then as far as like favorite deception movies, I would have to say The Illusionist, which again, Edward Norton. There's a pattern. But I love Magic. Magic is just like, oh my god, it is literally, you could do the simplest card trick and I will literally be like, oh, like it's fantastic.
I sat next to her during a magic show in Vegas. I can confirm she was losing her shit the entire time.
When you had the peanut butter, and then I just went, no, like out loud.
She was like,
dead silence in the crowd.
yeah, she was like railing and everything. We saw Piff the Magic Dragon, and Piff was like, if you want to be part of this next trick, stand up. And like, I don't even have time to blink, and Lil's like, I'm on it.
I got chosen though. I got chosen. Oh my god. It was great. It was great. So yeah, so those are my two favorite movies. And if you haven't seen them, then please go watch them and then message me to discuss because they're so good. They're so good. They hold up well too.
Brass, you up?
Hello, I'm Brass. I play Journey the Tiefling Rogue. Is she gonna steal something tonight? I don't know. Or I'm sorry, is she gonna borrow something back tonight? I don't know.
Oh, how the turns have tabled, Metzley.
I already told him that we're grave robbing him tonight.
Oh!
Swallow!
I knew that was coming, which is why I threw the headphones off as fast as I could. I was like, she's gonna say it and I'm gonna spit Coke everywhere.
Oh, fantastic.
Please continue, Brass. We are on another level tonight, y'all. We came in with energy.
Very nice.
Oh, God.
I haven't seen very many heist movies, so my list to pick was very short, but I think I'm gonna go with Inception because that's a good movie. So
Fantastic. I watched that probably like once every 2 weeks for like a solid 4 months in college. Like, it was so good. And the music is so good.
it is.
I had to explain it to my mom. She was like, I don't get it. What are they doing? So it was like step by step. We had to explain what was going on, kind of deal.
Me.
Good times.
Me. I feel it case. It took a few times.
Well, and then I loved it too, like the massive debate at the end of the movie of like, I'm not gonna spoil it for people, but like, oh, is it or is it? And then, you know, people like legit trying to like fight you on it, being like, yeah, this is what it is, and it's like, but you don't know. That's the whole point of the movie.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd say Shutter Island is another another good one. That's like a reverse heist. Just trying to get out. But
Ooh, Shutter Island. I didn't think about that.
yeah, because Leo got me on that topic.
I like how our definition of heist movie just keeps expanding. Eventually, we're gonna be like the Barbie movie. That was a really great one. That was a good heist movie. There's like stuff in it.
They like take like one thing in the movie. It's like that's a heist.
It's a heist. You lied about something you heisted.
Theoretically, Tangled could be a heist movie.
Oh, yes. Yes, I would count that. Deception all around. Flynn Rider literally gives the name Flynn Rider. Deception. And you know what? And cue the Lion King 2 song. Deception. Meow, 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 meow,
Scar on his face.
For anyone who tuned into this thinking you were gonna watch D&D, you were sorely mistaken.
Alright, continue, yeah.
Oh, God.
Tangled is on the menu now.
All right, Case.
Are we gonna get anywhere tonight? We shall see.
If we would take a trip together.
See you guys next week. Bye.
This has been the show. Yeah. Oh boy. Case, you're up.
Hey. My name is Case. I play Arcadia. She's an Legend Elf Druid. I've forgotten what my original movie. Baby Driver.
So
Baby
good.
Driver. That was the movie that I
Never
picked.
seen
I
it.
haven't seen a lot of heist movies either. It's not my kind of movie. I like thriller movies, but I don't watch like Mission Impossible, Ocean's 42. I haven't seen it.
All right, Ocean's 11
What is-
for the record.
Ocean's 2.
I'm just gonna throw this out here because I also named the episode on my channel after Ocean's 11. I said Ocean's 4? Question mark? No, but highly recommend Ocean's 11. And if you haven't seen Baby Driver, also highly recommend.
Yeah, what is Baby Driver about?
Couldn't tell you.
It's about
I remember.
it's
liking
about
the
this
music.
it's about
I'm
this
like
kid.
picturing like a baby driving.
No,
so
no,
I'm
no,
like,
no.
whoa.
It's about
Or
this
Vin
kid
Diesel.
who's no, it's a kid who's like maybe late teens, early 20s. But he is like the best getaway driver. And so he's a getaway driver for a bunch of robbers, and his only like requirement is that he's always listening to music. And like he focuses with music and everything, and so the movie's really great at like there are fight sequences that are perfectly timed out to songs, and it's like it was one of the first films that really did
So
that.
It sounds like a better version of The Transporter.
Yeah, like it's really good.
Fantastic.
John Hamm plays one of the villains. He played Don Draper in Mad Men. Kevin Spacey is also one of the bad guys.
I'm looking this up now. I gotta know.
It's really good. Lil, I actually own the vinyl. So that we can add that to our list.
Oh damn!
Yeah, it's a really good cast and everything too. But it's a really good movie and just a really good like I don't want to say like stereotypical heist, but kind of.
I think I saw part of this when I was at a party, and I got distracted because there was a cat. So that's on.
That's on brand.
Honestly is exactly that is very on track. And
I remember
yeah.
people watching this, and I remember being like, "Oh, this guy," and then all of a sudden a white cat walked in front of me, and I was like, "But there's a cat!" So yeah, that's on me. I will watch it. I'll put on my homework to do this.
Also, Ben has corrected me that I joked about the Barbie movie counting as an exciting, heist movie, but the Barbie movie is actually coming out next year. It is a live-action Barbie movie featuring Margot Robbie as one of the Barbies.
Correct, because Ryan Gosling is the Ken doll.
And
I looked into this.
There are photos of them from the set that look like they are Barbie and Ken. Period.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hold on.
Oh goodness.
Brass
is like, I don't believe this.
Does Ken doll have genitalia?
You know what I was googling.
We are going to be so focused tonight, guys. It's going to be great.
D&D tonight, guys.
Speaking of D&D, Lil, go ahead and give us that recap, my friend.
Previously on D&D. So luckily we really didn't do a whole lot last time, so this is going to be nice and easy. We were pretty much in Kokore, and then we decided after we, found out kind of quote unquote what was going on with Cassie and all the other parents, and that all got fixed by the town. Sayuri was like, this is sus, I gotta go. And then we ushered all the children into the one house, and let me pull up names so I'm not just like giving weird descriptors of people.
Tiny Child 1, Tiny Child 2,
yeah.
Tinier Child.
They went to Sabri's house. So they went to Sabri's house, and she was really excited to be reunited with her friends. And then we were like, okay, don't worry, we won't forget you. We gotta go to the next place, because we were like, well, we can go to Ikioya without Sayuri, so let's go to Ikioya. And so we headed over to Ikioya, and the Triangle Store. It is the capital of the largest Triangle Store in all of Sirumel. So that was fantastic. But we didn't go in there immediately. Nah, we're a bunch of fucking bookworms. So we decided to go inside the library. And who did we find there? We found the oldest man breathed dirt on this planet. Not only did we find him, but we found that he is the first person that Metzley stole from in campaign. Yes, you guessed it. It was Old Man Jenkins. I actually don't know his name.
I don't think I remember. I think I asked Handsome.
Gave him a name.
I think I asked Handsome after I said, "Hey, do you remember the name of that guy?" And I think we were struggling to remember his name.
I can check my other campaign notes from the one shot. But
Handsome, if you remember, holler and let us know in chat.
But anywho, I'm calling him Old Man Jenkins right now. It's either that or Stinky Pete. So so he is deaf as all get out. So there was a lot of like misunderstanding. So we ended up having to write a lot of things and like say things to him like really loudly in his ear. And he ended up giving all of us different things. So I got a cat dad joke, where it's like a bunch of dad jokes that rolled around cats, which was great. And then I was gonna say, I'm trying to remember what everyone else got. I know that I'm having a brain fart. I thought Journey got the dancing one, didn't you? Yeah, you got the ballroom dancing one. And then Arcadia, hold on, let me see if I did right.
I got a book on strange plants.
Oh, that's right.
That's what I got.
Oh, that's right. Oh, sweet green karma.
Sweet
Anywho,
green karma.
Sweet green karma. So, but then also got to look at Metzley's book to try to find out, like, hey, like, maybe we could find something about the artifact. And then we were looking at it. We also were trying to find out, like, what was going on with Kion Mizuro. So we were asking about that. We were asking about that name, and it was in Metzley's book. And it said, the rulers of court fall buried near Voira's altar. And when he tried to get up there, he nearly died because he kept getting blown off. The wind started howling and nearly knocked him off. And this was past Voira's altar. So we were like, note to self. Once we got that information and we decided that we're not going to be losers, we decided to then go, I think it was the next day, to the Triangle Store. And when we walked in, boy howdy, there are a lot of triangles. And the best part about it is there were some that were squid. So, I mean, there was squid, cheese, pies, weapons, more importantly, pies. And all of us kind of like split off and did our thing. I went over and talked to his son, which I was like,
T-Z-I-N.
Yeah. My head was about to say Sexton. His name was Sexton.
No, Sin is what he goes by. It's the shortened version of his name. Speaking of names, by the way, Handsome reminded me, if you want it for your notes, the old man from the bookstore or the library, his name is Amin, A-M-I-N. Little bit of Sirumel trivia fun fact. That's not his real name. But Metzley kept messing up his name and calling him Amin so much that he just kind of started going by it. And that's just his name now.
Good job, Metzley. You tricked a man with dementia. Identity crisis. So we decided to go to the Triangle Store, and Aiko went over and talked with Sen, and Leighton almost got tricked into the triangle scheme. Yay! And then in the meantime, Journey was kind of like eavesdropping nearby. Arcadia went and saved Leighton, thank you God, because we were like, hey, let's pick out a present for Philippa. And he's like, Philippa? Sorry, not Philippa.
Polymnia.
I keep there's too many F and PH names in this world.
Could be worse. It could be V's and Z's like in Barovia.
Holy balls. Literally so many. It's like, when in doubt, just like throw a Z or a V name out there and it's gonna stick. So
Not
he
wrong.
went and bought a little present for Polymnia, and then Journey overheard Aiko showing her coin to Sin, and he was like, "Oh, hey, this is kind of fancy. Maybe we will take you to the special place." And so that's when Journey was like, "Don't you dare give that coin away." And Aiko was like, "It might be an option." And it was the one that was her dad's, so it was her dad's coin, so Masaru's coin that he was very interested. So they showed up in this beautiful kind of like gold tunnel that you see here on our screens. And that's pretty much where we left off, as all the envoys were downstairs and Sin was about to give us the tour of like the vault, so to speak. And that was it for the recap, and that was a little super short recap.
Whoop, whoop.
Good job.
Thank you for that. All right. Let me get some music up in here. Up in here. Y'all gonna make me play some music up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna try to steal a ruby up in here, up in here. Or you're gonna be good citizens up in... Anyway.
That went on for so much longer than I thought it was going to.
Case, have you met me?
Yeah,
We're dead. She's still gonna try to ride it. Not even beating it anymore.
I once made up the entire lyrics to Part of Your World from Little Mermaid, all about God, a couple different things. The first time I ever did it was to an Ex's Kingdom Hearts collection, because I was teasing him about how he kept wanting more.
You've seen the Gaston ones, right? Like with the hurricanes for Florida?
No.
Oh my god, okay, I'm sending this. Alright, I'm making a memo to myself to send these to you after stream, because it literally had me pissing my pants laughing.
I'm so happy. I am ready to piss my pants. Also, Handsome did want to also add in that Arcadia did buy a starfish for Siren at the Triangle store.
She did.
So that was, want to make sure that advertisement was placed out there for the Triangle store. So you guys find yourselves down in the vaults of the Triangle store, and this is very much like, you know, up on the first level of the Triangle store, they display a lot of goods, but this is the stuff that needs to be kept under lock and key. This is kind of like, Sin's kind of talked a little bit about it to the point that, like, you've heard, like, him kind of talking at the fall ball and everything, that this is kind of where they have a lot of the artifacts that Metzli borrowed, and things that the rest of the family has picked up over different adventures. Because Metzli wasn't the first adventurer, or wasn't the last adventurer in the family. It's kind of spread out to a bunch of the other cubs and kittens and everything. So he takes you down to the vaults. You guys see that there are the different vaults all along the walls. There is one that is currently open. And Sin has kind of led you inside, and that's where you see that there's somebody who has, like, on the table has pulled out, like, a bag of coins. And you see that they are, as they're kind of going over it and kind of taking a look through it, Sin just kind of waves them away, and shows you that he had, like, essentially Aiko is showing you that he has a number of the coins that you were mentioning there. So in terms of kind of like what would be something interesting to see. So he's kind of kicked you off there, because if you're showing him that you have one too, he's showing you, I have a bunch. Like, they're still fascinating, but it's kind of like collecting quarters from the 50 states. He has like 45 of them, and you have one he doesn't have, or two he doesn't have. So what do y'all want to do?
I think because she'd mentioned that she wanted to see all the stuff that they had down there.
If she repeats that like, I want to see everything you have down here, Sin would just immediately like, whoo, that is a tall order to see everything.
And she would kind of giggle, because then she realizes, like, that's actually a good point.
Yeah.
And then she would say, like, you know, I've heard some stories from Oriana before about Metzli's adventures. And I guess maybe could we see some of like the prettier things, like things you hear about in storybooks, like crowns, jewels, scepters, or things from an archaeological dig. I know he was really big into that too.
Certainly. I can show you some of what we have in here. And he kind of takes a look around because again, like you have the different vaults, and you're in one of many that are in there. You see that you have there are 9 different vaults. You guys have been led into. If you have kind of 3 vaults here, 3 vaults along the back wall, and 3 vaults along the right wall. You've been led into the 3rd vault on the left wall.
Okay.
So I'll give you a second to jot that down if you wanted to.
See, so there's 9 vaults. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. You're kind of back in that 3rd vault right now. And so he offers because Sin kind of looks around. It's a bit of an ordeal to open any of the vaults, let alone to open a number of them. So I can try to show you some of the treasures that we have in this particular vault, if that would interest you. So you see that he goes over to the essentially what look like lock boxes. Like if you've ever seen kind of like the wall deposit boxes at a bank and everything. He goes over to a wall of a number of these different boxes. And you see he kind of runs his fingers along kind of the top row, 2nd row, and then pauses on the 3rd row. And he just reaches in and pulls out the box that's there. As he pulls out the box and then kind of brings it back over to that center table and sets it down, opens it, and you see that he pulls out a series of what look like sapphires, and they're all that teardrop shape. And he holds them out in his hand, and they're all pretty small. Nothing's giant honking huge. But shows you the different sapphires and says that these actually came from the Court of Winter. In the Court of Winter, there's a jeweler who is known for, and he's getting into the story and everything. There's a jeweler who's known for taking your sorrows and crafting them into gemstone tears.
Yeah.
These are sorrow sapphires.
Aiko's fascinated. I mean, she's, because obviously, we've talked about this before, she does not know the finer things in life.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just these are gorgeous. And she kind of remarks that it's nice to see something so tragic turned into something so beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to hold one?
Am I allowed to?
If you're careful.
What do I have to be careful of? She is
dropping
this
it.
Could be a cursed object. Oh God, no. Yeah, no. She's curling her tails up underneath her hands, to make sure that there's a netting as he puts one in her hand, and she's just moving it back and forth to see it sparkle.
Aiko, as you take the sapphire in your hand, you feel how do I describe this? What he's just dropped in your hand.
Happy.
You feel what he's dropped in your hand, it is beyond ice cold to the touch.
Ooh.
You think about if you had, I don't know why my brain went to this, but you think about Dippin' Dots, and if you just grabbed a fistful of Dippin' Dots, it has that same kind of it's not only cold, but it almost prickles your skin. It's that cold.
Yep.
And everything. I like how the Dippin' Dot sapphires.
Yep.
But as you feel that, and you feel the cold kind of roll off of the sapphire and spread across your hand. Not in a cursey way, just cold unfurling out.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah. Remarking on how fascinating it is that they're still cold. Like, ice cold.
You know you're probably going to meet the jeweler, right?
Really? Should I tell him you said hi?
Oh, he doesn't know me.
Do you want me to send word from Metzley's family?
Certainly. That'd be wonderful. Be an honor to have our name known. And of course, if you want to send word that the Triangle Store is housing his finest wares, I am sure that the Sage of the Court of Winter would be glad to hear it.
Oh, it's the Sage. Yeah, she's making these remarks, but then she's also gonna be like, "That's actually a great point. This isn't triangular. Is this why it's kept downstairs, or is it more because like it's really nice? That's why it's kept downstairs."
It's both. It doesn't really fit the triangular themed. Grandpa really liked to collect a lot of different artifacts. If they were triangular shaped, all the better. But he was a collector of any fine artifact. And he kind of gestures back to the table where the coins are, like that bag of coins are, and everything, and indicates like, you know, those aren't triangular either, but they're part of a really fascinating story that he wanted to bring back home for us.
Aiko's gonna lean in and be like, "I'm really glad he's not close meownded." Cat dad jokes book strikes again.
I'm so upset.
Aiko, as you say that to Zin, you see that he does the, like, he's looking at you for a second and kind of blinks, and then has the sloth smile from Zootopia of just the... and just starts busting out laughing. Like, it is truly the most original, most hilarious joke he's ever heard in his life, is that level of thrilled with it and everything. Yeah, no, he is beyond thrilled. And he, like, claps a hand down on your shoulder, like, hard enough that it's, like, a little, like, ooh, kind of thing. And just, you got more of those jokes? Those are fantastic! You should be a runs the night yourself! Are you interested in owning a Triangle Store?
No, I'm more of a circle girl.
Putting where it hurts.
But yeah, no. So she's like, "Yeah, I'll do my best. Sometimes I can't help myself. Like, you know,
Need to leave.
This is her element."
But let me give you a round of applause. And he, like, claps with his paws and everything.
I know.
Ace, let's go.
Me and Journey are just we're gonna head out.
Zin is so tickled with the jokes that I'm assuming you're handing him back the sapphire. You're not like, it's mine now, right?
No.
Yeah, as he carefully kind of like puts you see him puts the sapphires back into the box and then shelves it back onto that row. You see that he kind of spins to you with like the flair of a showman and just kind of claps his hands together. Envoys, name a court. I'll show you something from it.
Aiko's gonna look to the girls and be like kind of like give them like a look like, we should ask about Summer kind of thing.
Summer, yeah.
Yeah. And then she's gonna look back to him as if like she was like kind of like looking at them like, let's deliberate kind of thing. And then she's gonna just say, Summer.
He like rolls up his sleeves. Summer, is it? All right, Summer in this vault. Summer in this vault, I'll find an artifact for you.
Aiko actually really likes that one.
He like looks at you and is just like we're gonna get along. He starts rolling through again, and you see that he picks up one from the fifth row, brings it over to the table, sets it down, and before he opens it, he like grins at you all. You might want to watch your fingers around this one. Wouldn't want you losing them now.
What does that mean?
And he slowly starts to open the lid, and then kind of stops for a second. Now we have to be quick about this, otherwise it might escape.
Is it alive?
Well, in a manner of speaking. So if you can... And actually, Arcadia, since you're the one who interrupted him and said, is it alive? He's looked straight at you and, would you mind if I open it, you reach in and grab it real quick before the lid's totally open? I just need to make sure that it's not going to escape.
Good luck, Arcadia. Don't lose any fingers.
Sure. Yeah?
I'll cast Sanctuary on her.
Thank you!
Just like, yeah. So Aiko's coming over and just like Sanctuary. She's gonna lift you up like Esmeralda.
Sanctuary.
Yeah.
Arcadia's thankful. She's very thankful. She wasn't gonna turn down the offer because, oh my god, but also, please don't kill me.
Better safe than sorry.
So,
as we've learned.
as he has the, we'll say this is the lid, right? Like, has the lid ready and just, you ready? You have to be ready to like reach in as soon as you can and grab it.
Okay, her eyes are like trained on the lid, like she's ready.
All right, like hand at the ready, everything?
Yes.
Okay. You see Sin starts to lift the lid. Arcadia, make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, mother of God. Alright.
Here we go.
Oh boy, I'm so scared.
We'll see how our luck is tonight. This will be an indicator.
Nat 20! Let's go!
Good night. Oh, I'm sorry, Durzo. Come lay back down.
Night.
Fuck you, Mom.
Arcadia, you see Sin is like ready to lift the lid, and he starts to lift it. And you start to dart your hand in, and for a split second, you see Sin just grins, and you're able to pull your hand back just before he snaps the lid shut again. And he just starts busting out laughing.
You cheated me! I was so ready to catch something, and you were gonna hurt my fingers.
It wasn't going to hurt.
It was gonna hurt a little.
He's like full on like dad laughing about he basically pulled the tried to pull the made you look and like boop your nose kind of thing. But you were quick enough that you were able to pull your hand out of the way before he could do it. So yeah, he just starts busting out laughing. I'm sorry, couldn't resist. And as he does it, you see he opens the lid completely. There is nothing living in there. At least it doesn't seem like it was ever living. You see that there's a gold scarab beetle in there that has gemstones set into it. And Sin mentions that this is something that his grandfather found when they visited the Court of Summer, and they were wandering through the bazaar. That Court of Summer, one of the things that they have that's pretty special is that they have so many different merchants and so many different that sell some pretty exotic things, especially compared to Court of Fall. That his grandfather, as he tells it, stumbled across this, just like found it lying in the road. It was the strangest thing that it was completely unattended. And so Metzli took it in to make sure that nothing could possibly terribly bad happen to this scarab beetle kind of like icon.
Yeah, for sure.
And like you can tell like Sin like believes this about Metzli. Like this is his grandfather was a great man who rescued a lot of objects and borrowed a number of things. It's weird no one's ever asked for them back. But yeah, no, so he shows you that with the beetle. But you notice he doesn't show you like, even if you ask about, oh, can we see other things from Court of Summer, he never pulls out that ruby that Embers described.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Aika would say, you know, probably thank him for like letting them see the vault. And then she'd probably ask the girls and Layton if there was anything else that they wanted to see in particular.
You see Layton leans in and just, so I'm looking for really nice gifts for the woman I love, Polymnia. She's pretty great, and everything. How expensive are the items down here? And Sin kind of blinks and then just starts laughing. Like, it's a little bit of like a, oh, buddy. Like, if you have to ask, you can't afford kind of thing. And Sin just chuckles. That's a tricky question. Like, once he realizes Layton's serious, he's like, oh, tricky question. A lot of these items are pretty priceless. So it's difficult to put an exact number on them. I suppose if someone could get close to their worth, that would be one thing. Or if you had something that was worthwhile to trade and felt like an equivalent trade, then there's that.
Aiko would kind of like circle back to, you mentioned that your dad was collecting all those coins for a story he wanted to tell. Did he ever tell you the story?
He goes back to the table, and you see that he reaches into that bag, because that one hadn't gotten put away. Reaches in the bag and just like lays, like you see Aiko, that he almost like sprinkles out these coins onto the table, and every single one of them has a fox on it, like on your gold fox coin. And if you like, I don't know if Aiko would like inspect him or if she would just like leave him be and everything. Are you like picking them up and looking at them? Like turning them over?
Some of them, yeah. Like she'd be trying to look for the one of the cousin that recently passed away.
Yeah. As you're taking a look through the coins, you don't find the cousins. You actually don't recognize these names. You recognize that the coins are all the same kind of the Konako clan and that same kind of like symbol and iconography and everything, but you don't recognize the names. And Sin, as he kind of lays out the coins, starts going into the story about how early in the days of Metzli, the Court of Fall envoy, greatest of the envoys, like really excited to get to share the story with people. He explains like early on in the days of adventuring, before he was even an envoy, one of the tasks that Metzli and the group who would later become envoys along with him, Mulgroki, Sorrel, and Oriana, they were tasked with assisting the newly instated leader of Yohaizu, and he kind of leans in and just grins. He is still the leader to this day. My grandfather knew important people before they became important. Like, very proud of Metzli. And explains that, like, their goal was essentially to help out with making sure that these thieves that were bothering the city would not bother the city anymore. Like, that they could solve what was going on with it. They found out that there were kitsune thieves involved. And that it was this group of kitsunes who were stealing from the markets. And as he kind of explains it, he just says, they were stealing from the markets, and my grandfather, of course, was able to catch them, along with his friends. But the strangest thing happened. Almost out of nowhere, they seemed to vanish, leaving behind just these coins. To this day, no one in our family knows what happened to them.
Aika's looking back to the group.
Gesundheit.
Sorry. Not sneezing. She's fine.
Yes, she is.
No, I know. I meant Gesundheit to you, Lil.
Okay, no, I know.
That was to you.
Metzley know German.
It's the one word he knows.
Yeah. Passed it down to his kittens.
Yeah.
I mean, he really would, honestly. That's probably what it is. But anywho, so, yeah,
he'd say Gesundheit and call it, like, Italian or something. Like, he'd just be like, it's this big fancy language. I made it up. Yep.
It's my Jana all over again. I started it.
Yeah, I speak Italian. Anywho, so Aiko would probably, like, look to the group and kind of, like, back to Sen and be like, we know what happened.
You do?
And she just kind of nods.
Well, what happened?
She's gonna kind of like look to Journey to see if Journey wants to like step in and like do her persuasive Journey shit. But if she notices that like Journey's kind of like no, like go ahead, then she would keep talking.
Journey, what you doing?
I don't know exactly what I would say, so I think I'll leave it to Aiko.
Okay. Yeah, if he says, well, then what happened? She'd be like, it's kind of legendary. It's not something that really anyone knows outside of my clan. And she's kind of like, yeah, she's like waiting to see what he does.
Yeah, he has like tail kind of flicking behind him and is just like leaning in like, yes.
And she's kind of like, she's not playing coy, but she knows enough about watching Journey, you know, rob a town blind and naked, on like how to like kind of see if we can like sway this in our favor. And she'd be like, I know it's not exactly anything to give, but to me, like you said, Metzley knew people before they were important. And this is very similar. This, if I told you this would almost be worth its weight in gold.
So tell me?
What I'm saying is that it kind of comes at a price.
And what would your price be? I have plenty of stories I can tell you about my grandfather. Plenty of cat jokes, too.
She kind of like giggles a little bit because she enjoys the cat jokes. But she would say, it would kind of go along the lines of if we made a trade. Because this is something that's valuable, very valuable to our clan. And we don't want a whole lot of people knowing it, but knowing how great Metzley was, this would be an opportunity where I might be willing to part with this information and bring someone else into this loop. The only reason that they know is because they're my best friends and they're the Envoys.
Information is tricky for us. We don't really deal a whole lot in just information. That's more of Alman? Aaron?
Librarian?
Yes. That one. It's usually more of his dealings. For us, information doesn't carry quite as much value.
But personally for you, wouldn't you like to know a story that's connected to the legendary deeds of your grandfather?
And then think about how great it would be to be able to tell that whole story. When you brought us down to this vault, every time you were telling us something, we were hanging on every word. because you're part of Metzley's family. Metzley, being a great archaeologist that he was, and excavating things that he did, that has to pass down to you in some way. That curiosity, that excitement upon seeing stories and, you know, uncovering all of this. That's the only reason why we would even consider.
Didn't you just
say insider info?
Didn't you just say that you don't like to let other people into the story? So I wouldn't be able to tell everybody the story.
I would be able to go off of who you trust to share this information. You even said so yourself, you don't just bring anyone down here.
We trust you with it.
You see, Zin actually like takes off the hat that he has on, his very fancy hat, takes off his hat and just I'm not sure. My grandfather, if he wanted us to know anything more, would have told us. And I wouldn't want to risk putting any of you in any danger, and unfortunately with information, that's sometimes what can happen.
And I could kind of like lean over a little bit and be like, I don't think he knew. I didn't know until recently. And I'm part of this clan.
Aiko, make me a persuasion check. Yeah, make me a persuasion check.
Okay, come on, baby. 17.
You see that Sin just kind of sighs and kind of starts to shake his head a little bit, and you all haven't even told me what you would want in return. And if there's anything I learned from my grandfather, you hear out both sides of the deal before you agree to it.
Mm-hmm.
I learned that playing cards with him.
Wise man. Yeah, I could be like, and a fair assessment. We wouldn't want you to rush on it too. Even if we tell you, you know, we wouldn't make you decide right now. And she'd kind of look back to the group and just kind of like see if we want to try this method.
Yeah, I think it could work.
I want to try to avoid illegal activities.
Yeah.
If at all possible, so this is a good route.
Yeah. I could just kind of like, you know, ears twitch a little bit and come back to him and be like, okay, so we know someone who your father may or may not have borrowed something from them. And there might have been a misunderstanding, but he might have thought he was borrowing it, but maybe not.
He was borrowing it. My grandfather always borrowed or found things, and
so the family without this item has really struggled. They are having a really hard time, and they wanted to get this item back. And because they have nothing to give, we offered to look into this for them. And after hearing how amazing your grandfather is and everything that he did, that's why we were hoping that we could trade that item for this information and completing this story. And she's going to mention, like, do you understand the emerald, or not the emerald, the ruby of, and she's gonna, I think the Everest gave the name of it.
It's the pyramidal ruby.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she's gonna mention, like, you know, do you know about the story behind the pyramidal ruby?
Came from an old noble family in the court of summer.
Yeah, that's it. The family is no longer noble. When this ruby went missing, it was a family heirloom, and without it, it sounds like they couldn't prove their lineage. They couldn't prove who they were, and they've fallen upon really hard times. We're hoping to bring this back to them.
I would be open to a trade.
Okay.
But information isn't really what we trade in here. It'd be a disservice to my family and to the work that my grandfather did, borrowing and taking care of so many of these artifacts to just give them away for a story.
I can understand how you are thinking that, but wasn't your grandfather an envoy?
He was. And honestly, that's part of why I'm happy to show you all around down here.
I think he might, be proud of you doing a good deed and helping out future envoys.
I understand. And again, and he kind of gives like a little bow, like, envoys, I mean no disrespect to you, but you're asking me to give away one of the artifacts that my grandfather Metzley himself found and cared for, and to do it for a story that could also put you all in danger from the sound of it, and for on behalf of a person who's did you vet the story? Do you know that they're actually who they say they are?
Yeah.
There was a piece of the last thing that their family had that this gem sets into.
I would, again, friends, I would be open to it, and for anyone else, be sent out of here as fast as possible. It's not the first time that we've had someone try to take something from our vaults. I'd be willing to trade, but information just isn't. And I know that you think it's doing the right thing, but I also have never met this person. And we've had people come in before claiming that things are theirs. And they're not.
Understandably so. And that's why this is you have a safe vault down here to prevent thievery and people, pretending to be who they're not. We thought the exact same thing. And that's why they provided us with that proof that kind of deterred us from thinking anything else. I understand if the story's not enough, and I understand that, and I would still like to tell it to you if we can find something we can still give you to trade. Because this is something that is important, and I think that Metzley would like to know what happened and what is still happening.
Maybe we could work something out.
Aiko's gonna look back to Journey in Arcadia, and not Metzley. Sin can't see her face, but she's gonna look back to them and be like, "Do you think we can trust him with it?" And she kind of gives like a little wink. And she's gonna kind of like get out the crystal ball that makes elves sleep. Like from her satchel so they can only see it, but he can't. Being like, Arcadia, are you okay with this?
I don't like that thing.
But she's trying to be like, sell it up. Like, make it be like kind of.
So are you really thinking about that?
Wow.
And if Journey says that, Aiko's gonna be like, guys, we have to get this back for her. Like, we're envoys. We can find a way, but they don't have a choice.
Well, if this is our only choice, we might be able to.
I don't like the idea of it, but I think it's our only option.
Yeah. And Aiko's ears are just gonna kind of like go flat, like.
All three of you roll deception for me.
There it is. I was like, oh shit! I wonder what she's gonna have us do it.
I was giving you. I was seeing how everyone was responding, and then I was like,
Oh, it's not gonna be great for me. That is, it's a 13.
This is my deception. Okay.
A lot, please.
25.
Okay,
16.
So I heard 16. I heard 25. Aiko, you had a what?
13.
Aiko's just nervous.
She's the most honest person in this group that's like by the books.
Yeah.
That Kitsu nature's coming out. She's trying to be playful.
You guys are cutting it close.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are like, do we give it to him? Do we trust him with it? And are like whispering about it. Arcadia and Journey, because you guys like are still facing Sin, you see that his ears perk up as he's just kind of like watching. Trust me with what?
Well, it's an artifact with some very interesting powers.
Such as?
It's known as the Ball of Melisandre.
The Ball of Melisandre? And what exactly is that? What's a Melisandre?
I don't know. It's supposed to be a crystal ball of elven origin, but I've never seen anything like this before, and we came across it on our travels when we were in the Court of Stars. And just look to Arcadia and be like, do you want to demonstrate?
Arcadia was already preparing for this, and she's just gonna be like, I mean, I guess, but I hate it, but fine. And she's gonna like hold her hands out for it.
Aiko, as she's getting ready to put the thing down, she's gonna kind of like turn back to Sen and be like, stay back. And she's be like, this is not a box biting your fingers trick. Just be ready.
Arcadia's looking at like Journey like, please be prepared to catch me because I might actually fall asleep.
You see that as you say like be ready, you see that Sin draws a shovel, but almost as if, like it's holding it like very much Leighton in the frying pan. Like it's holding it like it is a weapon that he is about to use on something.
Yeah. And I go to Journey and say like, when it happens, I'll take care of her if you want to explain to him what happens. Okay. I can heal her immediately. And she's going to kind of like take the ball and like, cause she has it like in her gossamer silk. So she's taking out the gossamer silk, like it is like fancy as fuck. And she's like, okay. And she like looks to Arcadia like, I'll be there. I'll be there. She's gonna hand her the crystal ball that allows elves to sleep.
Arcadia, so it allows elves to sleep. It doesn't mean it instantly puts you to sleep. So, what are you doing?
Well, funny you would ask that. She's hamming it up. She's like,
yes!
As soon as it's
Get
in
the
her hands,
nerves.
like she's.
Arcadia, make me another deception check. As you
You
are.
got this, girl.
Oh no!
Can we give her advantage at all because we've been hyping it up?
I would say no because you guys just did your whole like hype up just before. This
Cool.
is Arcadia's having to sell it on her own. Because obviously, like, if you were to ham it up and then you hand it to her and she goes, ah, right? Like, that's... It doesn't matter how good of a job you did before if Arcadia can't do it this time around, you know?
It's true. True.
That's another 16.
I think you said a negative 16?
No.
And I was like, does Arcadia literally be like, I've never been more awake in my life? Like, you know.
Caffeine! Yeah, so Arcadia, you start to ham it up, and are you, like, collapsing on the ground trying to fall asleep?
She's kind of, like, holding it and then waiting a second and then kind of, like, you know, swaying a bit, stumbling, maybe potentially falling into Aiko, kind of, you know, looking, not like passing out immediately, but definitely feeling the effects of it.
You see that Sin kind of, like, as you, like, start to, like, woo and wait, like, you know, everything, and start to, do you, like, fully look like you're passed out?
Or did you actually, like, let you put it to that? Did you let it put you to sleep?
She would...
Well, and again, it said allows you to sleep, so she would have to, like, actually still fall asleep and everything. So it's not that it, like, instant knocks you out or anything like that. It's just that it gives you the ability to sleep as opposed to elves normally can't.
I feel like she would probably... Because I don't trust her to look asleep enough. So she's kind of like when you're running on very little sleep and you're like finally like sitting down and your head's like bobbing. That's probably the point that she would get to, like, you know, very sleepy.
Sin like leans down and looks at you and kind of does the in front of your face. Huh. Well, if she's knocked out, you guys don't mind if I just hit her with this, right? And he, like, holds up the shovel and is, like, getting ready to bring it down on Arcadia.
Yeah, I mean, Aiko's, like, getting in the way and being like, regardless of her being knocked out, it's not good to hit someone with a shovel.
True, I don't think that would change if she was asleep or not hurting her.
Well, if she's not really asleep, she'll be able to move out of the way.
True, but... don't.
Can you do something a little less, like, rather than giving our friend a concussion?
It just means if we're telling the truth, you'll hurt her.
I have a crossbow I could shoot at her.
Brother, I'm still awake. Like, I'm just sleepy.
Anyone who wants to, feel free to roll insight on Sin as he's saying this.
Yeah, Aiko would, because she's trying to figure out, like, why would he be trying to hit him? That's a nat 20.
Okay,
yes.
girl.
Insightful as fuck.
As Sin is saying this about, I could hit her with a shovel, I could go ahead and, like, you know, throw a dagger at her, shoot her with a crossbow, I could do any of these things. Aiko in particular notices from the playful banter earlier, you can see there's that, like, kind of gleam in his eye that he's seen through the bullshit. That he's playing around right now because he knows that it's not really what you guys are trying to sell him. Which is why he's playing around like that.
Don't hit me with the shovel.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you can tell he was never really gonna hit Arcadia with a shovel. It was entirely a, like when someone's pretending to be asleep and then you go, rah, like in their face or something to see if they're really asleep kind of deal. Like, it's that kind of thing. If you wanted to see if you were gonna move in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has just a smirk on his face though, where, like, you can tell he's not buying what you're selling.
Yeah.
To be fair, it does make elves sleepy.
Yeah, I could be like,
we didn't lie.
okay, maybe you're more impressed with things than we are, clearly, but it really does make elves sleep. We found out on accident when it was given to us. I handed it to her when she was looking through my bag, and she just fell asleep. And we'd never seen anything like it. And sometimes it happened quickly, and sometimes it didn't.
Yeah, we're not bullshitting you on that.
Yeah, it's... If you want to bring another friend down who's an elf, We promise that's what it does.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do a test on a neutral party.
It's not necessary. I've been around artifacts long enough that I can tell when they're real or when they're bullshit. And, no, it's genuine. It's just not worth what you're saying it's worth.
So since we're not good at picking out artifacts, and we thought it was nice, what kind of things
He
are
just
you looking
pats
for?
your head.
Then?
Like,
Like,
we like things that are unique. And unfortunately, that ruby you're after is not only unique, but has a story with it. And is also pretty valuable as a ruby itself. Crystal ball I could pick up at a store nearby. But it's interesting, if for nothing else but getting to tell the story of the Envoys trying to trick the Runs the Night family.
trick's not so much, more like we undervalued something. Or we valued something that was undervalued to you.
Mm.
We thought maybe we stumbled across something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If you wanted to throw this in with something, be more open to it, but this on its own is not enough.
So then, because we're not good at appraising things, how many things like this would we have to throw in?
Who owns this crystal ball?
Arcadia's not allowed to touch it.
Arcadia's
She's
given it
actually gonna
back
take,
by now.
Yeah,
by the way.
Aiko is taking it back. And then kind of like rubbing your shoulder to kind of like wake you up, like
Good
like
morning.
wafting orange cake near you.
You see that he kind of sits back a little bit. I might be open to it. My grandfather was always a fan of collections as well. And having artifacts that belong to each of the envoys might be worthwhile if you have things that are interesting enough.
Oh, okay. Aiko would ask if these would be things that were kept upstairs or downstairs.
These would need to be kept downstairs things.
Okay. Okay.
Typically, the things we normally keep upstairs, he just gestures like the entire first floor couldn't cover one of the things downstairs.
Okay. The reason she asks is because she has the origami unicorn knight, and it's all triangles, so it would be like, yeah.
Oh, I will say, yeah, like he's not, so for him, he's not saying that like, no, I refuse like anything that's triangle, like anything like that, but it would have to be, you need to convince him basically that whatever you're gonna give him belongs downstairs among these invaluable artifacts that Metsu picked up over decades of treasure hunting, archaeological explorations, whoops-a-daisying upon artifacts that happened to be lying out that nobody was attending to, so he took them into his care to make sure they were preserved. So you'd have to make sure that you could all donate something, because he wants the complete collection. That includes Leighton as well, because he wants, because if he can, essentially Sin is mentioning that he might be willing to part with the ruby if he can have a complete collection of artifacts that were invaluable to the envoys. Because what a story to tell after today. And if you guys want to talk above table, you are welcome to talk above table.
Guys, I know we might hate this. We could always ask Alaric to make us different dresses, but we could give him all our ballroom gown dresses.
He would shit himself.
Like, But like, think about it though, like, because we just went to the Lady Gaga museum. Like, how fucking dope as hell was that to see all of Lady Gaga's outfits?
So,
like,
so time out. Lil means in real life, while we were in Vegas,
sorry,
we saw a Lady Gaga exhibit where it had all of her dresses, including they preserved the meat dress.
Yeah.
It was preserved.
It was insane.
That's insane.
It was great.
Really
Cool. Such a cool exhibit.
That is cool as
like,
hell.
they had her iconic alien outfit.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it was so.
Everything.
And I'm a Lady Gaga. Like, I like Lady Gaga, but this was like, holy damn! I have a whole new appreciation.
Massive appreciation for the impact that she has had. Yeah. But so that's what she means.
Yeah. So like, how cool would that look in like a display though? Is like when the Envoys first arrived to my court, these were the very first like ball gowns that they ever wore that were like designed by the like head tailor and the leader of Yohaizu.
They're cool ass gowns too. They're not just like normal gowns.
Yeah.
So he might be interested in them.
So that's an option.
It is.
Yeah.
That is an option for 3 of you.
Yeah.
That's true.
Leighton
That's true.
is the only one that we'd have to think of, but I don't know what Leighton's inventory is.
I can tell you.
Okay.
So Leighton's inventory, he has brewer's supplies, a bottle of black ink, an ink pen, the horseshoes of mountain climbing. He has a school uniform from when he was a student. He has a bandolier of watercolor paints, a pot, an explorer's pack, cook's utensils, a chef pouch that basically has ingredients. He has his Nona's cookbook, and then he has a breastplate, healer's kit, a fine shirt, and good quality clothes, because that's apparently what I wrote. And then in addition, he would have his pan, his enhanced pan. He has his replicated alchemy jug, chef's knife ladle, and then I will say that he does also have the ability, because he's an artificer, where he can imbue items, tiny non-magical objects, with a magical property to shed bright light, to emit a recorded message, continuously emit an odor or a nonverbal sound, have a static visual effect, and it lasts indefinitely. It would last until he said, "Nah, fam, I'm done," kind of thing.
Okay, so that does not count as like one of his 2 magical enchantments that he can
That's
do?
not one of his 2 infused items. That's one of his 5 magical tinkering items. So he has one. He has one that he's created that's for Nona. That's a doll that says, "Hi Nona, I love you and miss you," and then that he left with her. And then he has 4 more slots where he has. He's a good boy. Then he's 4 more slots, so that would be one of his slots that are used. So he still has 3 that he could do after that.
I would vote if we decided to go with clothing, we do the school uniform.
It would fit
if we decide to go with like, yeah, but if we don't want to do the clothing because we all like our dresses, then we can all find something that's unique to us. I would do the crystal ball, and then he could do the paint, like the paint palette.
I will say the paint palette is like kind of a standard, typical paint palette. It's not like magic paints or special paints. So you can have Leighton give Sin that. It's probably just gonna be a little bit more difficult to convince Sin that top tier paints, you know?
Yeah. Because I don't want him to give up like any of his like, you know, ladle, frying pan, anything like that. Even if we didn't do the clothing, maybe the uniform then could be the choice for him. But I feel like Sin would want to do like a
Would want to do a what?
A set. Like if he's doing clothing, then you all should do clothing or like kind of thing. But if not, then the school uniform can be his period. What do you guys have that you, other than the dresses, that you're thinking?
I don't really have anything. Like,
Ernie doesn't.
I had that bar of soap, but that soap's long gone by now.
I mean, Journey still has Kyrie's dagger. But it's not her.
I would say too. Sin has mentioned, just because it's been a little bit in between, since you guys last talked about it. Sin has mentioned that sometimes for them too, what matters even more than what the price value would be, is how unique the item is. or
Right.
how different. That's why I said like the watercolor paints maybe wouldn't count quite so much as unique,
Right.
and they're not very expensive, so it's not as enticing. So think too if you have anything that is unique that they would not be able to get or see or find anywhere else in the realm. Oh, I see Case shaking her head.
I
mean,
didn't
I
want
definitely
you.
have
No.
something, but I'm not giving it to them.
Fuck no.
I like
Fuck
how
no.
I say that and everyone's being like, fuck you!
I don't know if you saw, like, when we first started this discussion, I was like, because my eyes landed right there on my inventory. No, absolutely not. She would rather die.
Journey, if you needed something, you have the welcome mat.
I mean, yeah, but that's sentimental.
We can always get another welcome mat, but
It won't be the same. But
Journey's
yeah,
like
true.
crying as I goes like, we could give him the welcome mat, like.
We could. It's fine.
Yeah.
We'll still
'Cause
have
I
the
go just, like-
memories.
Yeah, I could just come and hold your hand and be like, home is anywhere with you, like,
Oh god.
it's fine.
Aww. That's adorable. Sin, you
We're just so
monster.
Sin be the next big bad because he took the fucking welcome mat. Oh my god.
How interested he'd be in a welcome mat, though.
All right, team. What are we thinking?
I'm cool with the gowns and the uniform.
Mm-hmm.
I think it being a set of clothes is
Yeah, because we
Good
can always
thing.
ask Alric to make us another thing one day. Like,
Are we gonna let him know what happened?
I would. Aika would be like, this was not something we parted with easily. Like, this was to save someone's family. Like, this, you know, and if anything, it's a high compliment to his craft because this was something that they all valued so much and they all felt was so iconic for them among their travels.
Yeah. I mean, they'll be safer in a vault than traveling with us.
That's true. Yeah, that is actually also very true. And, you know, if God forbid
Trying
ever
to think of
happened
the
to Alric, then
positives here.
his legacy is preserved somewhere. Yeah. Do we want to do the dresses then and the school uniform?
I think that's our strongest bet.
I hope it's like the fucking chef's, like, Hell's Kitchen chef uniform with, like, the Sioux hat and, like, the
We
black
have to-
lapel collars. Like,
We definitely have to show him, like, the special, like, you know, things the dresses can do, too.
yeah. Like, can we change real quick?
Yeah,
Just
if you,
show
I
him.
mean, if you tell Sin, like, we can give you, like, our clothes, which sounds weird now out loud, but, like, we can show you, like, that they have, we can show you that these dresses,
Have a titty show.
Case is too innocent. But if you say, like, you know, we have these, like, if you're telling about the gowns and say, like, that, words, that they have, like, they have special things that happen when you wear them and ask, like, can we change and everything? Yeah, he offers, like, if you want to step outside and change and everything, like, he can't leave you in the vault by yourselves.
Yeah. Just, like, look, turn your kitty eyes. Like, yeah, exactly.
He wouldn't look. You see, he
Stop.
he puts his hat up
He's a
over his
joke.
face. Like, he's a good boy.
Layton just stands in front of him, like. Yeah, I mean, Aika would offer to change into her ball gown then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Then, if so, Aika's changing into ball gown. Are Journey and Arcadia doing the same?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Cool. As you guys are kind of changing, you notice Layton looks a little bit uneasy, and just my school uniform's not like that. Like, it's like he kind of gestures to you guys and then like holds up his school uniform. It's not even like a super fancy chef uniform. It's like it is the top half of a school uniform, like jacket,
But it's your origin story.
Yeah, exactly. Aiko would be like, you became an envoy because you could do all these amazing things that you learned in your chef school. Like, that's like if there weren't a million other people running around in my outfit for the monk's robes, like, that's what I would give him. But this dress is as important to me as this, and it should be for you. And she like touches his chest, like where he's holding the uniform up.
I just hope it's enough.
It is to us.
It's only half a uniform that everybody who enrolls in the school gets.
Yeah, that makes it special too.
But they
because it's more unique.
Yeah, didn't.
It's not the full thing, but it's because you're you. Yeah. She like gestures to his body.
And she's like, something people will ask about.
I bet Baking Bernice didn't have that stain on her front apron. I bet you that, Chicken Cooking Chad doesn't have this little, like this little stain on his collar like you do. Like, I mean, she's
not
like
Chad.
She's throwing up.
Not Chad. Of all the names,
guy.
Chicken Cooking
Charlie.
Charlotte.
There you go.
Charlie.
There you go.
Any of the fucking Chad.
Yeah. So she's like pointing out all these things, like that's what gives it personality. Like, same thing with his dishes. Like, people can cook an orange cake, but it's not your orange cake. It's going to taste different.
I'll try.
You got this, buddy. He's so cute. I love him so much.
All right. So everybody changing into their outfits, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Here's what we have y'all do. So as everyone's changing to their outfits, are you showing off the effects that your gown, like Katniss style, spinning to
Aiko's also going to point out that this was the same dress that she got pushed into the Royal Gardens pond in.
Sin recognizes it because he met you all wearing these dresses.
Yeah. He didn't know about the pond though. That's why she wanted to add that in. Like, the guardian of the pond.
I embarrassed myself
pushed me into a
Yeah.
pond.
Sin just nods. Like when you say that the guardian pushed me in the pond, you just that tracks. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. Yep. But he and my grandpa got along pretty well.
I am not surprised. Like, she is just like, like twirling around, looking at the flowers still pulling off.
So showing off, twirling flowers, showing off kind of that like springtime feel from Arcadia's gown, that kind of smokiness coming from Journey's, and then bless his sweet little heart. Leighton.
Aiko's picking up his frying pan and ladle, like banging them together, like, yay, Leighton! Like, like trying to make like applause behind him.
This is my school uniform, and it is an important part of who I am.
Graduating first from his class! Yay! I'm here!
I want all three of you to roll persuasion for me, please.
Oh! I'm really sorry, everyone.
21!
Give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay.
Oh my gosh, my persuasion saved me. 19.
Hold on real quick. Sorry. Numbers are...
Sorry.
You're okay. I just have to double check some numbers real quick. Do. Thank you for dropping it into chat.
Got you, boo.
Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, Aiko, your persuasion?
21.
Okay, Journey, your persuasion?
19.
Ooh, okay. Arcadia. I'm gonna say this in the best way possible. It all comes down to you, boo. What'd you roll?
5.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm so sorry! Oh no.
Okay. So for the record, the way that it worked, just letting you know, like, the behind the scenes on this, like, it's not a cheating thing or anything. It's, you all had a DC that you had to meet that multiplied by 4, because there's 4 of you. You had to reach it. So Leighton got a 20.
Right.
Dirty 20, which is impressive because he has a persuasion of 1. So
All right.
he did the best he could. Aiko had a 21. Journey had a 19. Arcadia had a 5. Tin, kind of like watches you guys all parade and the ding 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 ding, Leighton, yay, and everything. And as he's watching is just... Ladies, the gowns are incredible. I know enough of Albert's work to know that when he makes gowns, they are one of a kind. And needless to say, the most he was ever willing to part with for my grandfather was a cloak. So, being able to have the gowns? Fantastic. You see, he kind of looks over to Leighton and kind of has like the school uniform. However, while I understand it's important that you went to school, education's important. My grandfather taught me that. It's important to learn things. I don't know if that's quite the same caliber for the collection of things that are important to the Envoys.
But it is important to us.
Yes, but those are things that... Your dresses, for example, right? One of a kind, Albert creations. Mwah, c'est magnifique. School uniform from before being an envoy, and important to origin, yeah, but in the same way that, I don't know, an apron is important to a blacksmith. It's true for anyone who's been a student or anyone who has been in that field.
So
I would be happy to take the dresses, but to have that complete collection, I just need more from your friend here.
I don't think he has any more he can give, though. And she's gonna gesture and be like, he's half naked all the time. No offense. Like, you know.
You see that, Aiko, as you say that, Leighton kind of leans down to you. Envoys, can we huddle? Yeah, right. Okay. I can think of 2 things I have that he might be interested in.
Don't even think about one of them.
Say it. Don't you dare.
Well, if it's important for us to be able to do this, I want to be able to contribute too.
We can always get Alric to make you something. We're not gonna give up something that important.
Well, hear me out. So, if it's going with the clothing theme, I do have something that's a little bit more unique for my stature. And you see, kind of like stomps his like hoof on the ground. I can give him my horseshoes. Or, if it's something that's important to me as an envoy, I know those recipes.
No.
I know those recipes, and
No.
it would just take me some time to be able to write them out again and everything, but I could give him the cookbook.
No to the
You can-
cookbook.
You can write down those recipes separately and give him that cookbook, but not your grandmother's cookbook. No.
Then I can give him the horseshoes.
The horseshoes they're a good point, but
That's a
you
matter
just
of
got
life and death.
those, and
Yeah,
they
that's-
keep you safe.
Yeah, like Aiko's being pretty firm on that. Like, this is a matter of life and death. Like, if we're in a situation again, like,
How
that
much
could
were
be-
those horseshoes?
He
You
didn't buy
them; they were
those.
gift.
That was his,
Oh, they were gifts. Okay.
that was his
Yeah.
Trial of Shadows gift.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his Trial of Shadows gift that he was given. Was the because after nearly dying on the way there, his greatest fear became that exact moment and that exact thing.
Yeah. Aiko would offer that, you know, he could write down all the recipes and then give that to Sen, so it's in his handwriting as the envoy, but like not giving him Nona's cookbook.
You see, he kind of like thinks it over. It'd take me some time to be able to write all down. He kind of like taps like his bag where the cookbook is, and just there's a number of recipes in there. It would take me a bit of time to be able to do that.
What if we all helped write it down? That way it's something that all the envoys have written down and given this cookbook. And we
And
could
we
all
can, like-
make our little favorites notes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes!
like annotations. Like, what if we did that instead of all the dresses? Like, what if we put this cookbook together? Because it's literally different parts of all of us.
Could you guys contribute recipes too?
Oh, yeah! Yeah.
Could be like an envoy cookbook.
Yeah! Yeah,
We could
Aiko's like
try it.
tail pushing. Yeah. Aiko's looking to Journey like cookbook, like, you know, getting everyone's input. And she like pops her head up from the huddle, like, you know, like turning back, being like, listen,
that.
like, yeah, being like, hey Sen, we've got an idea.
Yes.
Okay. How would you feel about something that was completely original, does not exist anywhere else, and it could not be replicated by anyone but the four of us?
Go on.
What if we made you a cookbook? It would be transcribed from all of the family recipes of Leighton and all of our recipes and all of us handwriting it and putting in our little notes and favorite comments and annotations in this cookbook. Nothing like this exists at all. And she's like excited. This is not deception. This is like actual excitement.
All three of you roll persuasion again.
I hope I roll better this time.
Oh, Leighton, baby.
Okay.
Would you say persuasion?
Yes. Case, if it makes you feel better, 'twas Leighton who rolled the 5 this time.
I rolled better! Yeah!
Aiko, what's your persuasion?
19.
Journey?
23.
Arcadia?
18.
All
Why
right.
couldn't I have done that the first time?
Sorry, I like this better. This is like actually like, cause I like this because it's like, this is us. Cause we were all fucking jazzed about food in this campaign, so.
Accurate.
I just want this trade to be done. I'm so stressed. I don't like looking at the words in my inventory.
Well, cause like, I also like the idea too, cause I like the idea that we would call Karoo and be like, Karoo, like, you know, what are some recipes, or like, you know, hey, like, you know, you didn't really get to meet Leighton, but we want you
Leighton.
to, yeah, like, we want you to tell us, like, of these recipes, which one you like, or like what you'd add to it, kind of thing.
As you guys make that offer to Sin, he kind of pauses and looks you over. cookbook, gowns, and uniform. We got a deal. And when he says cookbook, he doesn't mean Nona's. He means the one that you guys were just pitching.
Yeah.
Handsome said you guys need to add in Shin's curry recipe to the cookbook.
Absolutely, we do.
Which of his recipes? We're not adding Rin's, but we're adding Shin's just to see what happens.
No, that's what Handsome said. Handsome said Shin's curry recipe.
Right.
Yeah. So he's offering. So he'll make that trade that he'll give you the ruby if you do that cookbook for him, and you donate the dresses and the uniform.
Aiko's gonna say, but you didn't want the uniform before, and you said that the dresses were fine, so if anything, we're now giving you 3 extra things on top of this other extremely unique item.
It's an item, and it is unique. However, you're pulling a lot of it from something that already exists. And as you said, it can't be replicated except by the 4 of you, which means it can in fact be replicated. So, 3 dresses, the uniform really added in just to have that complete set. And the cookbook, which makes the deal.
Aiko's fine with it, personally.
Journey's fine with it.
Yeah. And Aiko's being, like, very, like, pragmatic on this, too. Like, this, like, you know, we want to make sure we see the ruby, like, make sure it is the correct one before any, like, transaction is done. But she would say, like, you know, we agree to those terms.
And it's for for the pyramidal ruby you wanted?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You see that Sin kind of nods again, just wait here. And he heads out for a minute. You can hear out in the hallway sounds of like that same kind of like loud, like kind of creaking sound of like the vault opening as one of the other vaults opens. A few minutes later, you see that he comes back over to you all and has a lockbox in hand. And sets down the table, and same kind of thing, slowly opens it. Kind of grins at Arcadia. You sure you don't want to try to help me open this one again?
No, I think I'll pass.
Opens it, and you see him like carefully pull out a pyramid ruby, like a ruby in the shape of a pyramid. Size-wise, it looks like it would fit that. It's not very big. But size-wise, it looks like it would fit into the sword that Empress had.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Aiko's, again, just confirming with everyone, like, everyone okay with this?
Mm-hmm.
And then she's also going to ask, Sin if, like, yes on the trade, does he want us to go ahead and replicate the cookbook and do all of our annotations now, like, at this current moment in time, or does he want us to wait till we finish the Envoy ship and then give him, like, in case we pick up any other new recipes?
Yeah, well, he's not going to give you the ruby unless he has that cookbook.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not going to,
okay.
like, it's not that he doesn't trust you, it's just a matter of, he would explain it's a matter of being a good businessman, as his grandfather taught him. Like, it's completing the trade now.
Cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was be like, he's like, no, I want to wait till the very end and then I'll make
and
the
then
trade.
I'll have everything.
And
No,
then it's be like, oh, sorry.
I mean,
like,
he'd be willing to do that. He's willing to wait until the end of your adventure, but you're not getting the ruby until the end of the adventure then.
Correct, yeah. And Empress needs it. Yeah. I mean, if we're all good with it, yeah, Aiko would shake on it and go to the library, get paper, and start working on that, like, ASAP.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it would take that long if all 4 of us were working on it.
When Leighton first mentioned this falling apart cookbook, I wrote down in my journal to rewrite it for his birthday. So this works out.
Oh.
I just didn't know what his birthday was, but I wanted to do that.
That's super
So now we're
sweet.
here. Rewriting it anyways.
Nona's gonna be like, who all has my recipes now? But yeah, so you guys are able to, if game plan is you want to head back to the library to work on it, you're welcome to do so and head back to the library. Sin mentions that anytime during business hours, you're welcome to come by to complete the trade. Like, he's willing to shake on it that if you guys can provide him all of those pieces, he is happy for the trade. So you're able to head back over to the library and take your time writing things out, making your annotations and everything. You see that in the corner of the orange cake recipe, Leighton starts to write in the little anecdote about shoving orange cake in Aiko's face, and like how invaluable that was. What other recipes are you guys adding to it?
I said Aiko's adding her sweets recipes, and then I said Journey was adding coffee and cocktail recipes.
Love
Maybe
it.
spicy candy.
Yeah, I like spicy candy. We're definitely adding Shin's recipe, which I like the idea because we don't know what's in it. We're literally just fucking guessing. we're like Aiko remembers being next to him while she was cooking with Rin and being like, okay, there were fish heads, there were mushrooms, there were fucking seaweed. I don't know what the
Anything
fuck that is.
Feta cheese, like it was.
Yeah, like blue cheese and like just she's literally thinking, and she's gonna be like,
Love
if
it.
it smells wrong, you're doing it right.
Yeah.
Like is like her little note. And be like, do not serve this to your friends, but your worst enemies.
Arcadia, what are you adding in?
Cookie recipes. Like, she probably knows a couple. Sugar cookies, chocolate chip cookies. Cause
You helped make the
even-
unicorn cookies for Leighton.
Exactly. Even though Leighton doesn't like Arcadia's baking, she's gonna put it in there anyways. And as she writes it, she's like glaring at him. Like
He's sitting there confused, like, why is she glaring at me? Okay. Alright.
Like, like, fucking writing hers with crayon.
Perfect. Journey's doing, so
Ow.
let's see, Journey doing cocktails. Okay, cool. Yeah, so y'all are able to spend, you got to the Triangle store pretty early, like, in the day and everything. So it's probably going to take you through the rest of the day to be able to work on this and write it out, if not take an extra day, like, to do it. Just really writing everything out, making it so that it is a book, it is nice, and it's nice enough to really, like, you know, it's not just like, here's a paper.
It looks like a really nice scrapbook, is how I imagine it.
Yeah. So I would say that probably takes you, like, through the rest of the day and, like, through the night. And everything, and the next day you're able to return to the Triangle store with the scrapbook in hand, like you're holding Simba up for them and everything.
Take a recipe, meow.
Tabaxi, we'll get this joke. Anyway,
Persuasion.
yes.
God.
Yeah, the more dad jokes you tell, the happier he is. So you guys come back to the shop the next day, and I imagine too that's enough time as well that like, that Leighton with his prestidigitation will also help make sure the dresses look as nice as they possibly can, and that his uniform looks as nice as it can, that like everyone's looking sharp, like wrinkles are ironed out, everything. And so yeah, so you're able to head back over to the Triangle store the next day and deliver the dresses, the uniform, and the cookbook to Sin. As you kind of show him that you have everything, he again takes you back down to the vault. You see that he has 4 mannequins prepared, including one that has the bottom half of a horse.
Nice.
But he has like kind of 4 mannequins prepared and like kind of like takes the gowns from each of you and places them so that way they're like nicely preserved in the vault. As he does, he just kind of mentions like, we'll find a better place to store these, but for now this will do. Right. So the ruby. He leads you into the first vault that's on the right wall. And again, you see like that it takes him a second to kind of disarm the alarms that were placed on it. and open the vault door. And as he leads you inside, he shows you a lockbox, once again, that as he opens it, has that ruby. Sin kind of reaches into his own bag and pulls out like a small velvet pouch and gently places the ruby inside. Oh, he nods. It's not good to go showing off that you have rare rubies with you. Ties that drawstring and very carefully hands it out to you all and just grins. Pleasure doing business with the Envoys.
Yeah, Aiko's gonna thank him, like, sincerely. Like, this is going to restore a family.
We do appreciate it. Thanks for working with us.
Yeah.
Thank you. I would love to continue working with you. If you'd like to open up your own Triangle store, we can continue working together. And it's a really great opportunity. Look at all my grandfather was able to accomplish as an Envoy and a Triangle store owner in his own right. I mean, really, you should, and like he starts just going on about like the benefits of owning a Triangle store.
Yeah, Aiko's doing like you know, like the sweat drop, being like, oh no, like I'm okay, like, you know, business is not my forte, like kind of thing.
Leighton's leaning in, going, right, okay, see, that's what I was telling them yesterday.
No.
Is that's what, and he like looks over to Arcadia. Arcadia, that's what I was saying.
I understand.
It's such a good opportunity.
But I just think you should wait a little bit.
Just okay.
We're just a little busy right now, you know?
Yeah. And yeah, Leighton just kind of nods his head. Yeah, okay. You guys have the Pyramid Ruby. Is there anything else that you want to do at the Ikioya Triangle store? Or what's your next step?
Aiko would say the next time that Sen sees them, she wants him to let her know which recipe is his favorite.
He nods and just grins. I will be glad to try them out.
Yep.
Cool.
I like to think that like one of the very last things that we put in there, though, we made scones, and we made sure to like focus that like this is a special recipe that we made for Sen and the Night Runners. I feel like that'd be really cute as the last page.
Aw, I like it.
That's cute.
Yeah, I can see all of us coming together. Like, there's like spicy scones, there's like sweet scones, there's like savory scones, but we all came together and like made a recipe.
I like it.
And it's also what we ate while we fucking pulled all-nighters to make this goddamn scrapbook. Yeah, okay.
Oh, he does, before you guys leave, if you have not already, he does ask all four of you to sign the cookbook.
Oh, yeah.
Autographed copy.
Yeah.
God.
Aiko's making sure to dip one of the tips of her tails in ink to, like, sign it. So,
Love
really
it.
add some flavor.
Love it. Alright. Y'all were able to, so you giving him the cookbook, make sure to mark that you no longer have your dresses. Leighton's gonna mark that he no longer has his school uniform.
Alright, guys, now we gotta talk to Alric and be like, Alric.
I'm scared.
Now that
The next time we come back.
Yeah, I was gonna say, now that the deal's over, good luck.
Alright, I'm just gonna get wrinkled in our bags on travel anyway. We didn't want to ruin them.
Cool. Alright, so you guys are able to get the Pyramidal Ruby. And you leave the Ikioya Triangle store. By this point, people have, like, enough of the Runs the Night family has seen you that they're, like, you have everybody is, like, saying hi or waving to you as you're heading out the door. You left a very, very favorable impression on the Runs the Night family. They are happy to give you a 33% discount anytime you are going to the Triangle store. Never mind the 66% markup.
Evil.
Doesn't say, not a bad deal.
God damn it. I love everything.
What was that laugh? Are we just gonna glance over this? Hold on. You could tell if it was like
DM
Sin running, or if that was just Melody like. Like, what? What? Continue. I'm gonna refer back to this when you all were like, what are all the different stages of Valerie's laugh? That's being added in.
Yeah. Yep. I am very self-conscious of my laughs now. All right, so where y'all headed? Are you sticking around in Ikioya? Are you heading back to Kokore to meet up with Empress? What is the game
I would say we go
plan?
back to Kokore because having that valuable of something with us.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I want it away from me.
Get it off our hands.
Get it away now. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, y'all can head back over to Kokore. Give me a second to switch over.
Our masks back on.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure you have your masks back on heading into the city. Otherwise, you will be sad.
We will be felons.
Also that, really. So to kind of give everyone for everyone at home as well, an idea of kind of where the team is headed then. So everyone is leaving Ikioya, and you're heading kind of back over toward Kakure. We're gonna just have it right there so you can still see the name. So heading back over to Kakure, to the Masked City. As you head back into town, I'm assuming you're heading straight over to where you met Empress, where you last saw Empress at Bubbles and Suds.
Yep.
Our favorite hangout.
Everyone's favorite hangout, man. It is the best.
Aiko would also be looking for Corvus and Ione to see if they've figured out any leads.
Good point.
Yeah.
There it is. Good call. Give me 1 second to adjust things. Boop. And boop. And move. We like to move it. There we go. Okay. Boop. Cool beans. All right. So you guys head back over to. Oh nope, you're not there right now. Go away. There you go. You head back over to Bubble and Suds for. Bam. In order to meet up with Empress, the Fire Genasi who was requesting your assistance or requesting your help with getting that ruby back. As you guys walk in, sitting at his desk, reading his book.
Aiko comes over. She knows the drill now. She's like, I'd like the special. Like,
which special?
Oh god, I have it written down. Hold on.
Sudsalia special?
Yes, Sudsalia special.
How many Sudsalia specials?
4, please.
You see, it kind of has a little, like, you can see that, like, underneath the, like, lower, like, at the lower half of his mask, there's just, like, a little bit of a smirk. As you guys finally
got it.
Finally got it.
We learned.
He drops it down and just names.
Aiko Takamaki.
Journey.
Wait, Silas.
Arcadia.
Enjoy. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And he goes back to his
AOL.
reading.
Goodbye.
See you. Alright. Making your way downstairs, walking fast, faces passing you. Cool. So you guys head back downstairs to the speakeasy, the actual bar that is underneath the Bubbles and Suds laundromat. And to answer folks' question, no, Nedwin is not there right now.
I'm fine with that.
As you guys head back downstairs, you see that the bar is actually relatively empty compared to how it normally is. You do see that Corvus and Ione are sitting at a table. Corvus looks like he's passed out on the table.
Oh, okay.
Like, still has a drink in hand. Me style passed out of just out.
Okay.
Done. And everything.
Got it.
Do you see Ione is there and she, you know, waves to you all as she is trying her best to kind of like clean up the table and their notes and everything while he's just out and down for the count for a second. You also see that over at the bar, Empress is sitting up at the front. You see that Suds is kind of bouncing around, bounding around and everything. Case, is your chat going feral over Corvus right now?
Stop! I knew as soon as we said we were going back there, I knew this was gonna happen.
I was wondering what she was snickering about.
Told! Nothing to worry about. It's fine. It's fine.
As you guys are, you see that Suds is there as well and is kind of bounding around. With timing and everything for getting here, it's still early enough in the day that it's not like evening time and like, you know, party is starting up. It's the bar in the middle of the day kind of thing. What do you guys want to do?
Aiko, because she's been like really curious about the case, would either offer that, like, you know, like someone goes and talks to Empress and like they like split forces to kind of like here's this while someone's also following up on the case, or that they could all go together, but her priority would be to get that thing to Empress, but also to follow up like what's going on, because like she wants to know on how her buddy's doing.
Okay. So who wants to tackle what?
I'm scared of Empress.
All right.
I'm
Journey?
scared of her.
We give Journey the ruby.
I feel like Journey would be the best. They have similar vibes.
As you guys walk in, you see that Suds kind of bounds around and literally hops over to you all, and just, hi. Am I gonna get the usual for you guys?
The usual, please.
Yeah.
Excellent.
She's so cute. Don't
Horse boy, this way. And like she's immediately like bounding away, and Leighton kind of looks to you all and just, okay.
Good luck.
Thanks. As he goes over and is chatting with Suds. For anyone who passes by as you listen in, it's Suds is telling him all about like these new cocktails she was trying out and that she was making, and for him to try them, but just be careful because she's pretty sure that she didn't mix up arsenic this time. Pretty sure. I think. Maybe. Yeah. So she's just like happily like placing things in front of him, like, and is making cocktails for you all, and soon gives you your usuals at this point. All right, so Journey, are you heading over to Empress?
Yep.
Okay. Aiko, are you heading over to Corvus and Ione?
Yeah.
Arcadia, where do you want to go?
She'd probably follow Aiko because she'd be pretty interested in the case too.
Okay, cool. Journey, you take a seat next to Empress. And you notice she doesn't have her mask on, but it's like sitting next to her at the table at the bar. As you see, she has she has her drink in hand and just glances over at you. Welcome home, sunshine.
Hey, I got something for you. And she kind of just, I want to say she like sort of subtly hands it to her, maybe like below the counter, because you know it is a precious gem. So, as
you handed, like, as you like kind of like nudge her like under the counter with it, she like reaches out and you feel the heat from her hand, just because fire genasi. You feel that like heat from her hand and everything as she takes that back from you, so she knocks back the last of her drink and sets the glass down, and then like opens the bag a little bit. Holy shit.
Everything
Actually did it.
good.
Well, we'll see. And you see she draws her sword and she just places it on the table. And then takes the ruby out of the bag. As she sets the ruby into the sword's hilt, you actually see that there are a couple of like golden prongs that actually come up and like latch it in place as soon as it's set in. Empress picks up the sword and Journey, make me an Arcana check.
Arcana, oh boy.
Journey's specialty.
Yeah, right. Okay, I rolled well, so this might be okay.
See, that's the trick. You say it's your specialty, and then it roll well.
What is my Arcana? Okay, that's 4, so that actually gives me 22.
Yeah.
Wow.
Love it.
Journey knows magic.
Journey, as Empress picks up the sword and kind of like, or like the scimitar and kind of like is moving it about in her hand. Like, she's not attacking anyone by any means. But as she's like, kind of like moving around with it a little bit and everything, you feel waves of heat coming off of the sword that weren't there before. And you get the sense that that ruby is pretty important, not just from family heirloom status, but that there's something that's a little bit special about it. She, puts the sword back at her side and just beams at you. Well, my hero.
Glad we could get it back to its rightful place.
I'm so curious how you did it. Did you burn the place down?
Nothing quite that interesting, unfortunately.
Did you break in and smash fucking everything in there?
No. We took a more pragmatic route.
What'd you do?
We just traded some stuff.
You see that Empress just like shakes her head and kind of rolls her eyes. Yeah, I figured with Envoy status you could do just about anything.
We gotta be good and keep up appearances.
Well, deal's a deal, right?
It is.
1 second. Let me see if our friend is ready for that introduction. Don't go anywhere. And she kind of gives you
I'll
like
be
a
right
wink
here.
as she heads to the back. Aiko and Arcadia, you guys come up to the table and you see like Ione is kind of like trying to pile notes together and move things and essentially clean up, and Corvus is just like down for the just out. As you guys come up and take a seat. What are you doing? What are you saying?
Aiko would be helping Ione gather papers and stuff. But then she'd also be kind of looking over at Corvus
Arcadia would be a little concerned. Should we do something about that, or is he?
Yeah.
Does this happen often?
As you guys start kind of helping out, and just thank you. And she's kind of trying to talk quieter while he's out. I'm just trying to let him rest a little bit. It's been a while though. He should be okay, I think. It's just the case has taken a lot out of him. A lot out of both of us. Did you guys find anything new?
Aiko kind of shakes her head and she's gonna ask how Reza and the others are doing, if they figured anything else about the case or how the kids are.
The kids are good. They're doing well. We got to visit them again yesterday. The littlest one, grabbed some of the feathers on Corvus's cloak and tried to eat them. He did not like that very much. But it was kind of funny.
Oh.
But no, we haven't been able to find anything new out about it. No, I'm sorry. But we did find all the other parents that were affected. and found that they were taken care of, or the guards helped take care of them. And then we made sure that the kids were all right. So everything is fine, except that we don't know what initially caused it.
Yeah, Aiko's just kind of nodding a little bit here and there, like, okay, I might be able to ask some people a little bit. We've been with, you know, Ilke here and there, and our friend Karu. I can maybe ask them.
That would help. And if you guys can find anything, maybe you can try to let us know somehow, I think. Maybe.
Yeah. Here, I can ask Suds if there's like a quiet place I can call them and see if that helps. Mm-hmm. Is there anything I should know other than what we've already been talking about?
Sounding like he's rising from the dead, you just hear Corvus. A fucking child should not have been able to do that. And like, slowly like pulls himself up to sit. We have ruled out so many possibilities. I do not know why a child was able to do that. And he just takes like the bottle of whiskey, not a glass, but the bottle that he has, and just starts downing it.
Aiko's gonna look to Ione and just be like, when was the last time he got some good rest?
I tried making him actually sleep last night.
Aiko's gonna get out the crystal ball.
Yes!
And,
yes! 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 Oh my god, I was hoping
So glad we didn't give that away.
We're gonna have to call. And, no. Like, hand it over to Corvus and be like, it might take a while to investigate this, but this is something I wanted to wait till you woke up to, you know, really take a look at.
Why do I need to investigate this?
Need an investigator. It's magic. It might have something to do with Cassie.
Aiko, roll me deception.
19.
Arcadia is trying to hold in her laughter.
Please tell me you rolled horribly.
Yes!
I rolled a 1.
Put that bitch to sleep!
He has a +7 to insight, and I rolled a 1.
Woo! What you get when you don't sleep for 3 days.
Oh my god.
Yeah, right?
Aiko's never felt so devious in her life these past couple days.
Right, such a devious Aiko. What are you gonna tell Rin when you get home?
He's gonna be so proud.
He's gonna be proud.
Yeah, so as you tell him that, he like leans in and just kind of like eyes you for a second. Fine, I'll take any lead I can at this point. Thanks, Coco. And he takes the crystal ball. And Arcadia, you'll definitely recognize this as another elf. As suddenly, like, there's this just kind of confused look on his face for a second. And then just a heaviness setting in on him. I don't like this. I don't like this. This is weird. I'm just gonna curl up around this and look a little closer. And he is just out. It takes no time at all, and he is dead asleep.
There you go.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
You see,
Aiko's tails are just like swishing.
Ione kind of tilts her head and like looks at you guys. Thank you? You didn't kill him, right?
No, it puts elves to sleep for a little bit. He needs it.
Ione like zooms over and just hugs you. Thank you. And then zooms over and hugs Arcadia. And by zoom, I mean this fairy is flying over to do it. But just hugs you both. And then just like, you see her, she sits at the table and just like it's a weight off of her shoulders that he's gonna finally get some rest.
Yeah, Aiko is going to kind of like excuse herself then and be like, you know, just he'll be fine for a while. As long as he keeps holding that ball, he'll stay asleep. If you guys have a room nearby, we can always get Leighton to help us carry him maybe to a bed. But I'm gonna go call our friends real quick.
You see, Ione kind of gives you like a little salute. Make sure Corvus holds onto his ball. Got it. And she is like determined and focused to make sure that Corvus holds onto his ball.
My God. Okay. Yeah, so Aiko would ask Sud if it's okay if she can like go like, you know, take a phone call, like I don't like over in here, and you know, see if Arcadia wants to come with her, or if Arcadia wants to, you know, stay with Ione and Corvus or Journey and Leighton.
She's gonna let Corvus sleep. Let him sleep. Let Ione also rest. So she'd probably tag along with you.
Yeah. Yeah, because she says that, you know, like I know we established off stream before, and like way back when that Aiko was going to be calling Karu and Ilke and just kind of like giving them like almost like kind of thing of just being like, okay, like this is what happened, blah blah blah, how are you doing, kind of thing. Because Ilke got really excited when we talked to them, and then we said Karu, after Karu left, we wanted to touch base with Karu every once in a while. So that's been happening off stream. But this was something that Aiko was kind of like thinking about after the investigation when there were no leads that came up really, and she was like, well, like this is odd, like maybe if we give them some time and then we'll come back. But then when that's not happening, she's planning on asking Ilke. And then also if Ilke doesn't have anything, then asking Karu, because Karu's in a different court, so maybe Karu knows something too.
And sorry, just almost knocked over my entire microphone. That's perfectly fine. And then as you've done those calls with Ilke and everything too, Ilke has very much appreciated it. Appreciates when anyone calls. We'll frequently update as well on like what's been going on in the Court of Stars. But for Ilke's updates, it's usually along the lines of, "I'm in court right now. I'm holding court right now. How are you guys doing?"
Aiko would just panic, like, call me back, like, you know, kind of thing.
No, but you called me. You're important. Like, it's like that level of like,
precious.
Yeah, it's like you're important. Or,
at one point,
like,
I had my first kiss.
At one point, calling and like after like, you know, things like hearing about you guys like getting gifts for people, Ilke is then asking like, oh, I need to get Nicola something. What do you think I should get Nicola? And is like asking for like advice, or is just saying like, my day's been great. Like I got to go see a dragon earlier today. That was really nice. Then I came home and and is just telling you everything about their day. But yeah, anytime anyone's calling, okay, more than happy to answer the phone, or the brooch. Yeah, as you call Ilke, are you just asking about like, you know, the general gist of like what?
It'd be, I know you and I talked about this before, but it'd be the quick gist of it being like, okay, so, you know, Sayuri came with us to Kokore, and when we were like exploring around the city, we all of a sudden noticed these murdering, and when we started investigating into it, then things got really complicated. Apparently there's a child that has no magical prowess whatsoever that summoned these two really awful creatures, and we're helping investigate, but we've come up with no leads, and Sayuri seemed really worried and went back to the capital, so we went on to Ikioya without her, but when we came back to Kokoro, we still haven't found any leads. Do you have any inkling on this?
Ilke, as you're kind of describing it and explaining it to them, is kind of quiet for a second. And then just, I'm sorry, Sayuri's been following you?
No. Well, she escorted us to Kokore.
Why do you need an escort?
Because we don't know the court?
Well,
is it... I thought it was normal for us to have, like, tour guides.
Not usually. The envoys are selected because they can handle themselves. If you couldn't handle a simple trip down the road, you'd be hard-pressed to do this job. But I'm sure you guys are doing a great job. I'm just surprised that the Court of Fall's been keeping such a close eye on you.
We asked them about that then? Because they made it seem like that was like an honor, like to, oh, here, we shall help you. Anywho, any idea on what could be causing a kid out of nowhere to, you know, summon, you know, skulks?
Well, what was the child like before the skulks were summoned?
Let's start talking about Cassie, kind of
Like
how
what
she
happened?
was normal beforehand. Yeah, like, you know, parents were normal, but then parents died, and then all of a sudden, blah.
Strong emotion has been known before to be pretty powerful in the courts. But normally it's not something that normal people can do. It's you hear kind of like a little perk up in their voice. It's something more along the lines of rulers being able to do that. That's part of why Nicola likes to keep me happy, is because if I'm upset or anything, there can be changes in the court, like things suddenly getting dark, or all the stars disappearing, or things like that. But child, I've never heard of that happening before.
Okay, when you get upset and things like that happen, they happen around you, right? It's not like it happens, you know, at Gato's Peak or, you know, at the monastery. Like, you'd have to be there, right?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. The rulers, we're in charge of the whole court. It's our... Well, I don't like saying it this way because it sounds like it's not everybody else's world too, because it absolutely is, because you all matter just as much, but it's our world. We're descended from the Archfey after all.
Is there any chance that... We've been reading a lot of history. Is there any chance that someone who's chosen by the Archfey, an Archfey descendant that has, like, the markings, even if there's an Archfey... Or not Archfey, even if there's a ruler that's still alive, can there be someone else that has that marking that could still be that powerful? Or you really think it's... Okay.
It happened to me when I was a kid.
Okay.
My dad was still around, my dad was still around, but I had the Archfey marking already too.
Is it possible for them not to be related though?
It'd have to be related by the Archfey blood, from what I know. Which I guess would make them related, huh?
Yeah, she's like, wheels are turning in her head right now. Okay, what are some instances where you were really upset? What would be something that could cause that scale of magic? It's not just you woke up with a bad hair day or you and Nicola got in a fight. Is it? It could be something that's small.
I could roll persuasion.
Got this.
Nat 20! Yes!
You guys are on fire.
On the phone call, Ilke has been very upbeat and very, like, normal self, right? Of the, like, oh, my day's doing well, like, I'm just here in court, like, the same kind of chipper thing that you're used to. As you ask that about, like, tell me about a day, or what was a day when you had that level of being upset? Ilke just goes quiet. I don't really like to talk about that day, or any of those days, really. Is it important that I tell you?
I think I might know what it is. If you want me to talk to Nicola, I can do that instead.
No, I can talk about it. There are 2 times in particular that really stood out. One was when my dad died. He was the ruler before me, and he was really, really good at what he did. And he died. And it was just very sudden. It's not often that a ruler dies. And my dad passed away pretty suddenly. The other time was when I lost my sister. She's alive. She's well. She's in the Court of Stories. But she was our gift to the Court of Stories last festival. In Arcadia, you would probably have been old enough to, like, know this or, like, recognize it a little bit. Because you were younger when the Court of Stories festival happened, like, you were teenage-ish, so it's kind of sort of paid attention, but you would have known that, the princess, essentially, for the Court of Stars was what the Court of Stars valued most. That was then sent to, like, she was sent, like, kind of like that ward of the state, or like that, you know, kind of like that living abroad kind of thing, was sent over to the Court of Stories. So Ilke mentions those are the 2 times where Ilke got upset enough that people had to calm him down for the sake of the court and the kingdom, not just for himself.
I was just gonna thank Ilke for sharing that, and then be like, on a different note, that's kind of, this is gonna sound ominous, and I don't mean it to sound ominous. If there were a restless ruler of the court's ghost kind of, you know, perusing about or something, what would be a good way to lay it to rest, theoretically?
Do they have, like, and, like, you hear, like, them start to whisper, is this like a ghost story? Like, they have unfinished business. Ooh.
Yes, very similar to that, yes.
Okay, then finish the business?
Okay, what if we don't exactly know what the business is? Like, let's say it's, you know, they were betrayed or thing, and they'd cursed the people who didn't do their duty, then, and you're trying to, you know, lay this curse to rest so everyone can rest in peace, because it's been like a millennia of, you know, this curse lasting. How would you...
The Fae are known for, and, you know, we're known for reciprocity, right? What'd the person do that caused the curse in the first place?
What if they didn't do their job protecting the ruler?
Did the ruler die?
Yes?
Blood for blood. In a manner of speaking, that sounds really terrible to say, and I'm sorry. I don't mean for it to be that blunt, but sorry to say, a lot of the courts would see it as You pay
What if-
until your debt is met, and if your debt is a life.
What if they've taken a lot of lives already?
I don't know. I would have to think about it, Aiko. I don't operate in that way, and I'm not that kind of ruler. Where
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to get your, sagely ruler wisdom on things.
are you all safe there? Aiko!
Super safe here.
Aiko
Define
hesitates,
safe.
Arcadia's like, yes, we're safe, we're fine, we can handle ourselves.
Okay, good. Good. If anyone in the Court of Fall hurts you, my people come first. And if that means that we need to do what we have to do to protect you all, I will make sure you are protected and you are safe.
Oh, don't worry. Just save me from myself. Oh God, that's so true. Yeah, she's just kind of like awkwardly like laughing, and she's like, "Well, on that note, thank you for helping. I knew you'd, be really helpful with a lot of that. On a lighter note, we got to see the biggest triangle store in the Fall Court.
Oh, you did?
Yeah."
How is it?
You gotta come visit sometime. You'll recognize some stuff.
Oh, that's good to know. I'd love to come visit sometime. I've always thought about I've had a couple people try to come to the Triangle store, and I thought it would be really nice for us to have a Triangle store open in the capital.
No, I think one per state is great. It makes it so it really, it hones in on the uniqueness of it. And, a triangle has odd numbers. You got to have just the one, or else we'd have to have three, and then three's a crowd.
We
like,
could,
like.
Oh, okay. Well, and like, you hear the muffled sound of like Nicola just, no.
I agree with, Nicola on this one. I think it makes it more special, so that way you could just go to the one. Make a trip out of it.
That's true. Nicola, can we take a day to go to the Triangle store? And you just grumbles on the other side. Okay, we're gonna go to the Triangle store then. Do you guys need anything else?
Nope, we should be good. Let me know how the date goes. Wing Fox out.
Sorry, Nicola.
You hear okay chuckle. The date's gonna go great. It always does with Nicola.
Oh.
It's like, I'm sure it will.
Alright, star leader out. Since you said Wing Fox.
Yeah. I imagine OK is like dabbing on the other end, like, star leader out.
Yeah, like doesn't even need to be done, just does it.
Yeah.
Nicola's over there just like, note to self, Doc Ico's pay.
She already did that before I was an envoy. My one bedroom apartment. Yeah. Yeah, Aiko would look to Arcade and see if we need to call Karu.
It wouldn't hurt, I guess.
Okay. Yeah.
Tell her to thank her lucky star she still has her dress.
Yeah, we should actually. Yeah, so we're calling and be like, Karu, they took our dresses. Yeah, because Aiko already called her after they told Sayuri the stories to pretty much be like, you missed it, I told a really cool story, you should have been here, kind of thing.
Yeah, and I will say with, because I kind of gave the update on like what happens when you call Ilke. When you call Karu, it's a little more hit or miss. She's harder to get a hold of than Ilke is. Ilke will happily interrupt whatever they're in the middle of to answer your calls. It's hard to get a hold of Karu, and if you ask her kind of like, how are things going, how's the family, you get pretty, like, not cryptic, like, she's trying to hide everything, like, and like, she's trying to, like, send signals for help or anything like that. But it's very much like the family, like, family's okay. We're doing all right. It's a little bit more of just, like, general, kind of things.
Okay.
Sorry.
I go. I saw you both laughing, and I was like, "What?"
When I was in chat, I said, "Okay, is the friend that takes the call while they're taking a shit." Because we all have that friend who still answers the phone, and you're like, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm taking a dump right now." And you're like,
Don't answer the phone. Yeah. Yeah. So, but as you call Karu, she doesn't know anything that could really help. She's willing to ask about it in the Court of Winter, or at least keep an eye out for things. But she doesn't really know too much that could help. She's gonna definitely need to take more time to like research and everything.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. At this point, we're just saying hi. And if she was like, "I need to research," we'd be like, "Don't worry about it. Just focus on you. Thought of you and wanted to fill you in that we lost our dresses. Well, lost. We gave them away, but it was for an important cause. And just next time you wear your dress, think of us and twirl around, do some pretty shit." Pretty much.
Love it. All right. Journey. As you're kind of sitting and waiting, after probably about 10 minutes or so, you feel like a warm hand on your shoulder. As she just leans in, and you look over and see Empress behind you, and Empress just leans in. Good news. Grab your friends. And she starts to head back over to the back room. Excuse me, sorry.
Oh, Lord.
Just hiccuping over here like that.
Yeah.
So Journey's gonna regroup with the pals. Oh, we should probably tell Leighton too, I guess. But
Right. Boy. Horse Nanny, come here.
He's good. I mean, granted, Leighton is like next to you as Empress comes over and everything.
okay,
so
sure.
you're good.
But I just didn't know how like involved his discussion was about poison.
He's
stuff.
been pretty decently involved, but also he's like, nah, it's fine. Like, we're good. Like,
Yeah.
he excuses himself from talking to Suds, and like, he excuses himself from talking to Suds and just pleasure as always to talk poisons and cocktails with you, but next time. And Suds just like hops up from behind the bar. Next time, and like hops back down. Bye.
So cute. Oh my god.
But yeah, so he's ready to head back over if you all are as well.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Aiko on the way over would be telling them like, we all need to speak in private later.
Okay.
Empress heads back through to the next door. And as you guys follow, you hear her just do sorry, chat was advocating for let Leighton flirt with Suds. Because chat has decided that Leighton and Suds are a thing now.
Chat's just thirsty and I'm here for it.
I love that chat's thirsty in general, but literally, does it move? They ship it with Leighton. That's how it's been.
Hey, I don't blame him trying to get Polymnia out of the way.
Yeah, no. That's why I'm like, I support it. Like,
the
bar is here.
You hear Empress do like kind of like a code knock and everything, like it's in like a and as she does, you hear a voice inside. Come on in. Empress looks back to you all and just grins. Whatever kind of deals you make with him, not my problem. I just got your foot in the door. You're welcome. And she kind of taps the hilt of her sword. Thanks again for this. It means a lot.
Thank you as well.
Anytime. And as she does that little like salute, there's a couple sparks that fly off of her fingers as she does it. Empress leads the way inside to the back room. As you walk in, you see that this room looks significantly nicer than the front room. You see that the chairs, instead of just being like wooden stools, are actually more like velvet dining chairs. The tiling is much more expensive and nicer here and everything. You see there's a fire that's roaring. And you see there is one, like, plate of food out in front of a man who is sitting at the table with drink in, like, kind of drink in hand. He is still masked. You see that he has kind of a blue and silver mask that almost seems to go, like, swirling up, like, from the side and then up the other. So it kind of creates this almost, like, S shape, like, around his face. And goes from blues to whites and silver, like, with silvers throughout it and everything. As for the man himself, he is a pretty tall, lean figure. Has kind of, like, from what you can tell outside the mask, has kind of, like, bluish tint to his skin, and has kind of lighter blue hair that is further back, or is kind of, like, not slicked back totally, but it's wet, damp.
Above table, has Oriana met this gentleman before?
No.
Okay, it's not a certain gentleman that we met at a spa.
Maybe. I don't remember. I have to remember. I'd have to double check when I can say names and stuff, and I can't say names right now because you don't know his name.
Okay.
So maybe based on that, but yeah, we'll see. But yeah, so and he kind of, like, sits. He sits back and has, like, black leather boots up on the table as you guys walk in.
We've met. Oriana's met him.
I forgot that happened.
I didn't. Sorrel! Sorrel!
As you guys walk in, though, he, like, looks over at you all. Empress's guests. Ah, what a pleasure to finally get to meet you. Please, have a seat. And he kind of looks over at Empress. Can you make sure that Suds brings in another round of whatever they're drinking, or if they're not drinking, give them what I'm drinking. But please, have a seat. Have a seat. Empress kind of nods to him and, yes, Captain. As she heads out the door. What do you guys do?
I see Journey already took her seat.
Took a seat. You told me to take a seat.
Yeah.
Baby kisses.
Hi, Bubba. Yeah, I could sit over here.
You're gonna fucking put me next to him? I went to move my token there, and I was like, I'm gonna let Aiko pick first, and you're gonna fucking put me next to him.
You're older. You have more seniority. You got this.
I'm good at talking.
Journey and Arcadia, make me perception checks, please.
See, because Arcadia is so perceptive.
Yeah, is that the excuse that you're going with right now?
Meanwhile, my chubby cat over here, like, fucking Mr. What's his name? In Austin Powers, Dr. Evil's cat.
I don't remember his name.
I got a dirty 20.
Okay.
I got 16.
Okay. Both of you kind of, like, as you guys are sitting next to him, smell this kind of faint smell of the sea coming off of him, of salt water, of fish. He smells like the sea, even though you guys have, you know, are in an area where it's not landlocked, like, you know, obviously you can get to you get to the Court of Fall by sailing to it, or you can. But Kokure is not a port city. As you guys take your seats, he just grins at you all. Can I get you something to eat while you're here as well? Do you just want drinks? Anything in particular that you need?
I'm fine with my drink. I appreciate the offer, though.
Aiko's fine, but she appreciates it as well.
Suit yourselves then. From my understanding of it, you all really enjoyed food. So I'm surprised that no one wants to eat now. Or is it just that you only eat things that you all cook?
No, we eat things from all over, but we also just wrote out a lot about food.
I know.
So then you'd understand that we're a little good on food right now.
If anything, I'd think it would make you hungrier, but what do I know? So, Empress tells me you wanted to meet, huh? How can I help such beautiful people like yourselves?
Well, we were looking for information about something, and we heard you could help.
I may know a thing or two.
You go ahead, Aiko.
Aiko would just ask him if she could have a moment to discuss with her colleagues, kind of, because she doesn't want to waste his time.
Certainly. And you see, he does not make any effort to leave the room.
Yeah. Aiko would.
I will let you know that Empress informed me that this was to be a meeting, and a meeting as in singular, as in if you leave, there is no second meeting. So feel free, go ahead, discuss. And you see that he, like, as he gestures for you to discuss, like, goes back to drinking and starts, like, carving into, like, the meat in front of him and just eats and just starts leaning in, just fascinated with you all.
Yeah. Aiko's gonna kind of, like, side-eye him for a second, but then look to the rest of the group and be like, I like how we're doing this the right way. I still really want to know what's going on with my family. I don't know how much we're allowed to ask, but it seems like that would be a good resource.
Yeah. No, it's important.
And she's gonna kind of look across to Leighton and just...
He'd nod.
Yeah. And then, yeah, Aiko would look to Journey, since Journey was the one talking, and just kind of, like, nod to her. Like, you can go ahead. Because she just wanted to make sure, because after dealing with a bunch of shady business here and there, and, you know, wanting to stay not on the shady side of things, she just didn't want us to, like, immediately be like, oh, we're curious about this, and have him be like, you get one question. So,
that's a good point.
Ground rules. Yeah, like, fucking, yep.
So we're gonna ask about your Aiko's family then?
About what to do to lay the curse to rest.
Okay. Should Aiko ask about that then? I feel like it's...
We can all ask.
Yeah.
At the same time. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Aiko's gonna lean forward and be like,
this together.
Yeah. Aiko's gonna be like, since this is a meeting, what does a meeting entail for you?
For me at the moment, it entails a delicious dinner, a really good cocktail made by the one and only Cezilia out there, the company of 4 pretty fascinating people, and whatever you got to interest me.
We were told that you pretty much knew everything going on in the court?
Just about. I've been around for a while.
I'm just gonna be blunt.
My favorite kind of way to be.
Wonderful. How would you break the Kaneko curse?
Very blunt. I'll give you a freebie on this one. The Kaneko curse? That one I'm not as familiar with. However, Embers told me you were interested in some court secrets. Now that I could help you with.
Isn't the Kanako curse a court secret?
Not the best one they have.
She kind of just like sighs and kind of like looks away like, oh. All right.
Besides, you all should know better than anyone by this point. Nothing comes for free here, right? So if we're going to be blunt, as you put it, I'm happy to be an open book with you on the knowledge I've accumulated and what I know. If you do me a favor.
What's the favor?
Oh, I have no idea yet.
That.
You see,
Aiko wants to walk away from this, honestly. Like Aiko's like, we've dealt with this before, and I did not make this mistake. I appreciate your offer and your time, but
slow down, Tails. Just sit. Stay. I don't know what kind of mistrust you have of me. It's not like I said, yeah, I'm gonna have you go kill someone someday. And you can put whatever
favor.
You can put whatever stipulations you want on it. It's a negotiation.
A favor is still a favor.
It's a negotiation. Put stipulations on it if you want. I am a man of my word.
Yeah.
He just kind of, allow me. In the interest of mutually assured destruction, friendship, whatever you want to call it. You see that he reaches up behind his mask and unties it. And he sets his mask aside. And as he sets it down on the table, you see that there is, you see his full face. As he kind of reveals.
He's the one who helped us in Spa Day.
He shows off his face and like looks around a little bit. And just ta-da! You can call me Nolos. Happy to assist.
How do you spell that?
Nolos.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Happy to assist. But let me tell you right now. You want to know secrets in the court that they don't want you to know? I'm your only chance.
Aiko still doesn't like this. Because we've talked about this before. She doesn't want to go behind their back and lose all that trust. And also, this is shady as fuck. Like, this is like, oh, here, kids, come to my candy van. Like, I'm not gonna tell you what's in the candy, but like, I'll give you candy. And then you have to
roll
promise,
an insight
like,
check on him.
Oh, I know he's being like. It doesn't matter if he's telling the truth or not. It's that he won't tell us what the favor is. Like, that's what Aiko doesn't like.
Are you gonna push him on it?
I mean, Aiko wouldn't agree to anything because even though he was like, well, you don't know what it is, blah blah blah. It's not like I'm gonna kill someone. She's like, you didn't say you wouldn't. Like, you know, it's kind of like, and he's like, oh, it's a negotiating. It's like, no, it's really not. Like,
anyone's willing to roll insight on him if you want to get a better read on him.
Yeah, I mean, I will, but I'm just letting you know now that, like, that's the thing that Aiko's unsettled.
No, it's fine.
with.
I'm just saying, like, that's probably going to be, like, that might be one of the better ways to help figure anything out on that side, and that goes ditto for Arcadia and Journey. If you want to try to get a better read on this guy, or if you're getting bad vibes, yeah, roll insight.
Yeah.
Roll insight.
That's a 25 from Aiko.
Mine doesn't even count because I got an at one.
Aiko is not keen on deception.
At least Aiko's got something. That's a 13.
That's a what?
13.
Yeah, for Aiko and Arcadia, Journey, you are just enjoying the vibes, I guess. I don't know. But for Aiko and Arcadia, you get the sense that when he says, like, I have no idea what the favor is or anything like that, or I don't know, it's not coming from a place of, like, malicious, mwahaha, I'm gonna trick you. He's just met you. He's just found out that he's having a meeting with you all and everything. When he says he doesn't know what the favor would be, it's more because, truly, I don't know. And when he's offering that, like, negotiate then, or like, you know, what do you have to offer? It's coming from a similar place that Sin had of, I genuinely don't know what you have to offer.
Yeah. And Aiko is, as I said again, like, it doesn't matter if it's malicious or not. It's the fact that it's the unknown. Like, she's not willing to risk this.
Well, I feel
because
like
this is also someone they just met who's hella fucking shady, that they had to, like, steal something for someone to then get in the door with, who's going to tell them court secrets, which no one else knows. Like, that like, this is all alarm bells to her. So that's why she was kind of deferring over to Journey, because this is Journey's specialty.
we could always hear him out, but we don't have to accept the favor.
But he won't tell us even what the favor is.
Well,
Like,
once he does, like, after we tell, are you meaning, like, you don't want to ask?
like, he's making it like we can ask him, like, questions about the secrets, but we have to do him, like, a fill-in-the-blank favor here. Like, he's not telling us any of the options of what the favor is. Like, he's not like, oh, well, I either need someone to
so above table and everything, and I know it's partly like Aiko is just, like, dead set on that. I just want to clarify on, like, what he's saying. It's again, he truly doesn't know. He's kind of leaving it open to you guys for what do you have to bring to the table. He's said that he has secrets he can bring to the table. He's asking you guys at the table, what do you have to offer him? So, and if the case is that Aiko would just be like, no, I'm out. I don't want to be a part of trying to negotiate this. Cool, but it's not a matter of, like, and again, this is part because you guys had, like, the higher insight rolls on that. He's just waiting to see what you offer him. It's business right now for him. And so far, everyone's just kind of come in and started asking him questions. And the favor you did was to Empress to get in the door with him. You haven't done anything for him yet. Correct. And when he says, like, the do me a favor and everything, the reason he's starting off with a blank check, offer him something different. Negotiate then. If you don't want to do the blank check, what do you want to do instead? What do you have to offer him that would possibly interest him?
I'm just gonna reiterate again.
Yeah, no, you're good. No, and I was gonna say,
I don't know if I have to keep saying it or not.
No,
but
Lil,
like,
you don't.
Yeah.
Like, you're fine. Like, you're good on that. I see where Aiko's coming from on that, and I'm not trying to, like, push Aiko into doing anything Aiko wouldn't do. I just want to make sure that it's clear, like, what he's saying and everything, and kind of, like, the order in which he's saying it. So I just want to make sure that that's clear for folks. So, yeah, you're good. If Aiko's like, nope, alarm bells, I'm not interested, cool. But kind of like Lil was saying, this is something where Journey, who's someone who has done more of that in, like, kind of, like, inquisitive kind of work and everything, with things like being used to deceit, with being used to persuading people, things like that, this is a bit more Journey's wheelhouse, or for Arcadia living as long as she has and everything, and things like that, and, like, kind of being able to, like, perceive a bit. So yeah, it's Handsome just posted in chat. He's like, it's like The Godfather. You asked for a favor, but in return I ask a favor of you. That day may never come.
So we didn't even, like, ask a favor yet, though.
Right.
Like, that's what I'm getting at.
Right.
Is that he immediately was like, oh, well, you know, like, the tit for tat. And it's like,
Yeah.
whoa.
It's just, that's
like,
Faye in general. That's Faye in general and businessmen in general. Like, he's not, like, he's already kind of, like, stemming it at, you guys started asking him questions about the Conoco curse and things like that. He's flat out saying, like, I'll talk with you about what I know, at least, but what do you have to offer me? Because you guys basically came in, sat down, and said curse.
Yeah. And then he said, I don't know that shit. That's a court secret, but I know secrets. And they're like, well, we're not interested in court secrets. And he goes, well, I need you to do me a favor for those court secrets. And we're like, well, wait. So that's why I'm like, put a pause on it. And then when Aiko was like, well, what kind of favor? And then he was like, oh, you don't know. Like, that's why, like, no. Like, because that's how it came across.
I was gonna say, if that's how it came across to Aiko and everything, that's how it came across to Aiko, but that's not what, like, that's why I was trying to, like, that's why with that insight and everything too, it truly is, like, He's just kind of trying to see like what you guys have to offer right now. It's similar to Sin earlier saying the whole thing about, or kind of going through the whole thing about, well, what do you guys have that would be unique? Like, with that insight, you guys can tell it's truly just coming from, he's curious to see what you have.
Yeah, I'll defer over to Journey on this one, because it's like we're envoys. Kind of explains itself.
Journey, it would be fine with hearing him out. I think she's okay with it because, like, it's just, you know, telling him what we want and then him saying what he wants in return. At this point, we don't have to commit if we're not comfortable, right? So we could at least give it a try.
Yeah, Arcadia is a little more on the fence about it just because, like, kind of the same reasons as Aiko. Like, she's apprehensive about the favor that he would ask, but he did say that we could have stipulations, like, okay, well, we don't want to shoot somebody point blank in the face.
Right, yeah.
So we could say, like, you know, like, the favor has to be legal. Can't, you know...
Yeah, we can put that up
in
front.
any danger.
We're envoys. We can't,
have,
you know...
We have a reputation
to
uphold. Like, we will do something if you need, like, our power to do something, whatever, then we could try. But, yeah, I'm sure he won't have, like, a favor immediately to ask. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's...
would just...
got like malicious, like he doesn't have malicious intent, like he's not hellbound to make us, like, you know, rot in hell or whatever.
I understand, so. I do understand Aiko's hesitation because of where we are and, you know, just Fae in general and stuff, but...
Well, also, it doesn't even have to be malicious intent, but, like, it might put us in a weird position. Like, it might be like, oh, well, I need you all to vouch for me, like, when I talk with this person, and then it's like the butterfly effect. Or, like, she's gonna remind everyone, too, like, Solano's altar, like, you all still owe an Archfey a favor. Like, that is something that is, like, hanging in the back of her mind, that, like, this is, like, we never know when this will come. Like, we might be in the middle of a decision, like, that might be on the, like, brink of war, and it's like, well, who do you side with? And he's gonna be like, I want you to do that favor. I want you to side with them. And it's gonna benefit him, but it's not gonna benefit the realm or something like that. Like, that's how far ahead she's thinking, because, like, she is extremely wary about, first of all, illegal business. And then, second of all, like, seeing, like, because she's never understood favors. And that's something that she's come to understand more after being tricked so many times in the Court of Fall. So, like, I think it's fine if we're like, we would like to know about this, and he'd be like, okay, this would be the favor I would like. Like, that is the tit for tat that she's willing to do, but it's not going to be this open-ended thing of being like, well, someday down the road, I would like to have this.
Oh, well, Journey completely agrees with that.
Yeah.
Like, she was going into this thinking the first situation, like, we, you know, explain what we're looking for. He explains what he feels would be, you know, a fair trade, and then we negotiate on that.
Yeah, I mean, she'd be very, very apprehensive about it, but, like, if that's what Journey, she's gonna defer to Journey, because this is Journey's expertise.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
Alright, are we all on the same page?
Nolos has said, basically, you know, what do you have, like, you know, if you don't like the idea of just the returning a favor someday, and you want to put any stipulations or any terms on it, what do you want? What do you say, Journey?
Well, we want this to be a transparent kind of deal. We don't want any favors hanging. So we'll tell you what we're looking for, and you can tell us what you think would be a fair thing for us to do in return. But our stipulation would be that we don't want to have to do anything that would land us in any predicaments that would sully our names as envoys here, or anything, you know, in that kind of realm. Would that be something you're okay with, those terms?
So Journey, repeat that for me one more time. So nothing that would land you in trouble or sully your name in the realm?
As envoys.
As envoys in the realm?
Mm-hmm.
When you say trouble, do you mean legal trouble? Do you think I'd ask you to do something criminal?
I don't know.
we don't know, which is why we're trying to, you know, make the terms with you, and make it more of a, you know, open thing, so we know on both sides what we're getting here. We don't want to do anything illegal. We can put ourselves in danger. We're good at fighting.
Because
we
you
can
just go back.
We're good at we're
don't
good at
want
a lot
to.
of things. we don't
So
want.
you mean more you don't want to get in any legal trouble with the courts or anything
Correct.
that would jeopardize your position.
Mm-hmm.
I can do that for you.
Okay.
Do we have a deal?
feel-
Sorry. Transparency. I can tell you everything that you want to know about the little princess. And I hate to break it to you, but I am the only person who can.
Aiko's
You,
immediately gonna say that's not true.
He looks straight at you. Aiko, he looks at you as you say that. Have you seen what happens when anyone tries to talk about her? I'm the only person it doesn't affect.
That can't be true.
Can I roll to see if he's lying? What would that be?
Insight.
Yeah.
Anyone else is welcome to roll as well if they would like.
Aiko just knows her heart of hearts that it can't be true. That like someone who put this in place, like they're like if it's a court secret, there has to be an origin to the secret, and that person knows it.
21.
16.
He's not lying. He seems very earnest, and he's very earnest about the fact that that curse that you saw affect the Konakos. He's very confident and being very open about the fact that it does not affect him. He doesn't seem to be deceiving you.
So he's agreed to our terms, and he seems to be telling the truth about him being the only one.
Mm-hmm.
He's implying our terms. We have not even asked him yet. Like, we did not say, like, I want to know all the secrets about the little princess. He is offering this information. We never asked for it. That's another thing that Aiko doesn't like.
He
'Cause, like,
probably
again,
knows
she
what.
didn't wanna...
Sorry, what were you saying? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
I just feel like, you know, he seems to be somebody who would know that we're looking for information on the little princess, so that's probably why he brought it up.
Yeah. Aiko would just want to know, like, who set that curse in place, and how can we stop it? Like, that would be the only thing that she would want to know. She doesn't want to know anything else, because this is going to literally break any trust that the court had in them.
Who set the Konako curse?
No,
Which
he said he
curse?
didn't know anything about that. When Mallory said curse, she meant the, like, they can't speak.
Like the air being taken from them and they started choking.
Who set the?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Like,
I
Aiko would want to know, like, who set that curse, and then, you know, how can they stop it?
So that's what we want to ask about.
That's what Aiko would.
Okay. How does Arcadia feel about that?
I think if we know that information, then we could, you know,
Mm-hmm.
use the effects of that to find out more about the little princess on our own, instead
Yeah.
of having like a bigger debt to pay to this guy.
Yeah, it's a smaller favor, so maybe that it would be, you know.
Because I would want to know, like, that those would be our questions, and I'd want to see what his favors are. like in regards to that.
Yeah.
And that's when we can decide.
All right.
So what are you saying, Journey?
Journey's going to ask him if he can tell us who set or started the curse that doesn't allow people to speak about the little princess, and if there's a way we can end it or break the curse.
I know both those things. I can answer even more for you. He kind of leans in. You know I'm not going to do like question per task or anything like that. I'm not a genie. You don't have to do 3 wishes with me and that's it.
We know. We're just trying to not ask too much so that the favor we owe isn't too much, because we're good at doing legwork on ourselves, like for ourselves. If we get that information from you, that's a starting point for us to work towards our goal.
We don't need all the information.
Envoys,
But a
I'm not
stepping stone would be good.
heartless. If I agree that it's just one favor, it's just one favor. It's not going to scale.
Ico's like, I
it's
don't
not...
want to know the other information.
You're going to get yourselves killed.
What do you mean by that? Well, before you answer that. Sorry, that just came out naturally.
So I'll answer any questions you have. And if the questions you choose not to ask, I will make sure not to answer. Honesty is my middle name. Well, it's not honesty, but anyway, that's not the point. I'm happy to answer any of your questions, and if you choose to only answer a couple questions, so be it. Like I said, you got a meeting with me. As soon as you leave, the meeting's over. So you're welcome to get up and leave at any time. And I'll just call a favor someday. And one that would not land you in legal trouble and would not sully your names as envoys to the courts or in the realm, as you've asked.
So it's still going to be a one-day favor in the future type of thing.
I'm doing the favor for you by having a conversation. You do a favor for me someday. That's all. And a favor with your stipulations.
Ico still wants to put more stipulations on it, like it can't threaten the good of the realm. Like, you know, just...
Journey?
Okay, yeah, let's add that on there. Let's not threaten the good of the realm.
Are you guys saying this out loud to him? I mean, I'd imagine yes, if you are adding on stipulations, like, to him doing that.
Yeah.
You see, Nolas just laughs. Ladies, I'm a ship captain. What do you think I'm gonna do? Burn down an entire court?
We don't know.
Look, we've been through some shit, okay?
Our first time meeting you.
We've been through some shit since we got here.
Is this the normal reception you give people that you meet for the first time?
Well, when
After
we're meeting
what we've
in
been
secret,
through.
yes. Yes.
Envoys, you're in a speakeasy, which in and of itself is a pretty illegal place in Kakure, given that everyone's taking the masks off and everything. You're already in the middle of it.
Yeah, that's why we're being extremely...
You trusted Empress, didn't you?
After going through things, yes.
The thing with
Even
Empress
then, we were still cautious.
She gave
her.
When she asked us a favor, she put it up front, and we did that favor for her right away.
Right.
I
simply have nothing I need from you right now.
Theoretically speaking, what kind of favor would you ask for?
Delivering something for me? Sending a message along?
Okay.
I'd run a ship. The easiest thing that could help me is just being able to send something a bit faster. if there's issues in a port town that I'm in, coming over to help.
Yeah, Aiko wants to roll insight now.
Yeah.
Because she wants to make sure it's not like, oh, like, because after Journey told her about Emil, like, shipping people, like, you know, would we get to know what the goods are? Like, you know, kind of thing. Because, like, he could be like, oh, yeah, you're just shipping something, and it turns out it's, like, human trafficking, like, you know.
No, I'm a fan of Aiko's suspicions here. Insight. That is a 30-20.
Okay. He's being pretty honest about the fact that he just genuinely doesn't know right now, and is just kind of naming things. In terms of, like, because if your insight's against, like, what he was saying and everything, like, yeah, he means it would be doing deliveries, or it would be doing, like, coming over to, like, assist them with something.
I could still just sus, man. If he keeps being like, I'm just a ship captain, why the fuck do you know all these secrets then? Like, and why doesn't this curse apply to you? Like, that's, like, she's literally, like, hands are bunching in her skirt, just sitting at the
Are you
table.
asking him any of that?
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
What are you
Aiko's
asking
been pretty
him?
straightforward. If you keep claiming that you're such a simple ship captain, then why do you know all these secrets?
Because I've been around for a while. Much longer than anyone would have expected.
And why wouldn't the curse apply to you?
You don't need to breathe when you're dead. So trust me, the curse will still apply. Just doesn't hurt me.
Aiko's still very on edge with this.
Journey?
Well,
He
if
looks-
Aiko's still in...
I would say he looks over to you since you're the one who's been leading negotiations. Do we have a deal? I haven't lied to you tonight.
I can't make a deal until I know my friends are both comfortable with the situation. Aiko, did you want to talk a little bit more? Did you guys want to huddle? What's on your mind?
Aiko's ears are just flat, and she's just saying, like, I just want to know who put the curse in place and how to stop it. Everything else we can figure out, and there is always an answer, and it doesn't just have to come from him.
What are we doing, guys?
I feel like with the terms that we have for this favor, I'm still a little skeptical just because we don't know what his favor could be, but I feel like if we're very strict on the terms and we make it known that, you know, we refuse to do anything that's, you know, XYZ, I think it would be fine.
Yeah.
Arcadia would be skeptical, you know, and she's kind of being persuaded, like, back and forth. Like, every time Aiko speaks, she's like, oh yeah, I agree with Aiko. And then every time, you know, this guy speaks, she's like, oh, well, that's a good point. And it's just, like, hard to figure out. But I feel like it's not a bad stepping stone.
Yeah.
To get the information on, like, you know, how to break the curse, and then we can use that to go on. So I think Arcadia would be for it tentatively.
Yeah. Aiko at that point would just kind of turn to Journey and be like, I trust you.
Okay.
Like, this is what you do. Like, when you all trust me in combat on the front lines, like, I trust you in this.
I just want to make sure, even though you trust me, that this isn't making you extremely uncomfortable before we do this. And I feel like it is.
Yeah, her ears are like pressed all the way down to her head, like, all of this has made me uncomfortable, so, like, there's gonna be a lot of meditation in the morning.
Journey, it's kind of like Aiko's currently in a situation of, like, you being at the fall ball in the middle of all these people, in the middle of this big social gathering and everything, and having to be, like, that's kind of, like, that's, and Lil, if I'm wrong, correct me, but, like, that's part of it, is that it's, like, this is kind of, Journey's wheelhouse is definitely interacting with these elements more, whereas Aiko would be more comfortable in that, like, the fall ball social setting and everything, because she's used to that, and you're not so much.
Yeah. It's also that she's thinking of everything that could go wrong after having to, you know, kill Rin, and, you know, like, having so much riding in the Court of Fall. Like, if this backfires, like, if he's like, oh yeah, I'll give you this information, and then immediately goes to Reina and be like, hey, like, you know, I told them about your secret, like, they're fucking traitors, peace, like, and just goes. Like, like, she is very apprehensive about it all, because she doesn't want to lose any of the trust that they've already built. But that's why she was like, I trust you, like...
Okay.
That's why she wants to keep it, like, what's the curse? How do we stop it? Nothing else.
Okay, so I think Journey would say to Nolos. Okay. She would say, so we're going to stick with wanting that information about who started the curse and how to break it. With reminders of our stipulations, we do not... The favor we do for you, we're happy to, like, make a delivery, anything like that. We just want to make sure that it's nothing that's going to cause... I want to add, we don't want to hurt anybody, like, innocent. And as we've stated before, we don't want, you know, to sully our names or do anything illegal.
Okay.
We'd be happy to transport, you know, something
the
for you.
favor is, so, and the transporting was, like, one of several things that he mentioned.
You know, yeah, something, related to that.
So nothing that would land you in legal trouble or sully your names as envoys in the realm, and no one innocent getting hurt.
Yes.
Okay.
And I just I
Nolos-
would reiterate with him too that, like, if he was ever, like, in danger, or, like, if someone was in danger, like, yeah, we'll come help. Like, that's what envoys do, period. But
Journey, Nolos looks over at you and leans forward and just holds out his hand.
All right.
We got a deal.
One last. Aiko, Arcadia, we got a deal. You guys good?
Aiko wants to vomit.
All right.
Yeah.
Deal?
Deal.
All right. You shake Nolos' hand, and he sits back and just laughs and just, like, not like an evil laugh, but just laughs like, all right, now that the boring part of business is over, what do you want to know? Who started the curse?
Who started the curse and how we could break it?
The curse of the little princess was started by the girl's mother. And you actually notice that as he says that, because you guys saw this happen earlier with the Conicos, you see that same, like, kind of, like, whirling of wind as it starts to kind of, like, pull away from him and pull out of him. However, unlike when you saw with the Conicos, where you saw that Ichiro started dying and, like, couldn't breathe, Nolos has that happening to him, but is not affected, like, is still just fine. So as you see that kind of, like, wind is still swirling around him and everything, yeah, this was started by the girl's mother, Reina. After all, who but the great-great-grand diddly-daughter whatever of a archfey could pull off shit like this?
Aiko is just, like, pale as a sheet, because this is exactly what she was afraid of, because this was more information than she wanted. And she is, like, just bunching hands in her lap, and she's just going to, like, ask shakily, like, how do we stop it?
Rain is the only one who could stop it, but bring the girl back home and make her mother realize that this is all really over the top and ridiculous. Could make or break it.
Yeah. Aiko is a little overwhelmed with a lot of that, and she's going to just, like, stand up and look over to Journey, and Arcadia and Leighton and just say, like, you all are more than welcome to ask anything else. I need to leave.
Okay.
Journey and Arcadia, is there anything else that you want to ask Nolos?
I have a lot of questions, but I don't want to ask any of them.
You already got a real banger there.
A real banger.
There are a lot of questions, but
What do you want to ask?
should we ask more questions? If Aiko's leaving,
It's up to you guys.
what do you think, Arcadia?
We got the information we wanted. And I want to ask more, but also then it's kind of like overstepping our agreement where we said we will ask you these things and you will give us this favor.
Oh, he clarified, like, he was trying to specify earlier that, like, he said you could ask him anything. It's not that you were beholden to just those two questions.
Yeah.
So his side of that agreement was he would just answer your questions.
Okay.
So you're not, like, so that's why I was saying earlier, it's not like you only get, like, I'm not a genie, you don't only get 3 wishes or something. You can ask me what you want. His only kind of stipulation or side of it is once you leave that room, your meeting with me is over.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm also on the fence because if we find out more information, then, like, that's information that we know that Aiko wouldn't, and she doesn't want to know anything else. So then it's like...
And I will say that's why she left the room, so, like, that way you all, like, had opportunity, but, like, that is not going to be on her conscience.
Yeah. Then it doesn't, like, feel wrong to ask more questions, but then, like, it's just there's a word and it's gone. There's, like, a difference in the things that we know.
It's a complication, right? And that Aiko doesn't want to know any of that information.
But we're supposed to be working as a team, and...
Exactly.
Actually, Lil, here's what I'm going to have you do because Aiko has left the room. I'm going to have you deafen.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, thank you. So, it's a complication, and it is. But it's you all in the room with Leighton and with Nolos right now. If you want to ask more questions, you can. If you don't, you can leave as well.
This is our one chance.
I know, that's what sucks so bad. Like, I really want to ask more.
I know.
Like, you know, more on, you know, the mother and, like, where the fuck can we find this fucking thing? But,
it's all the whys and the wheres and the...
Yeah, like, I know that if we go now, then we'll be able to do it on our own. But it's going to take so much longer, and it's going to, like, I don't know, be so much more complicated than if we just find out now. But also, the most important thing to Arcadia is you guys, and she doesn't want to, like, find out things that, you know, Aiko wouldn't want to know. Like, she doesn't want to know anything that Aiko wouldn't. So,
yeah. it's just what we've discovered already from this is already such a, like, if Aiko was afraid of knowing too much, it feels like we've already crossed that a little bit. Like, it's like, is it better to just, like, go forward at this point? Like, or
We could also
will this help us?
like ask something unrelated to this. Like if we have any other questions, like example, why the Court of Fall is breathing down our necks. If you would know anything about that.
Because of this shit.
Yeah, I guess. I guess we are in a speakeasy. Yeah, I don't know. Arcadia would be a lot more apprehensive about asking any more questions now that we've already asked the ones that we agreed to. Even though it doesn't.
I mean, we know more than we did coming into this room, like, before we came in, so
That's true. We know that there is a way to break the curse. But the question is, how do we break the curse? Like, how do we get there? So...
Yeah, we know how to do it in the most general of terms, but we...
in the worst way possible.
How do I break the curse? Break it.
Yeah. It's just, like, it feels wrong with Aiko, like, not wanting to know anymore. Like...
Yeah. It's up to you guys. You can head out along with...
That's the problem. I can't make decisions.
You can head out along with Aiko, or you can ask Nola's other questions. He's offered that he'll be honest about what he knows.
I'm not asking him. This is just me thinking out loud. I'm curious, like, bring her back home, like bringing the little princess back home. Is she not in the Court of Fall?
Or she could be hidden in the Court of Fall, but just not at the palace. Or
not where she needs to be, I guess.
My train of thought here is, this is our goal anyways. What are the consequences of us gaining the information this way as opposed to doing it, well, the other way, which is the longer, more complicated way? Either way, we're going to find out stuff that a lot of people probably don't want us to know. Like, that's our whole purpose here. And clearly there's a lot of people who are not cool with that, but the truth at the end of the day is that's what we're supposed to do while we're here. So it's just like...
Like, eventually we're gonna need to know this information.
Eventually...
Do we learn it now, or do we learn it later? Yeah, I get you. And, like, if we wait until later, or whatever that predetermined whatever is, how do we find it out then? Because he's the only one who can fucking talk about it.
Like, we're gonna be spending a lot more time here if we don't get this head start. But, like, Aiko is uncomfortable, and that's something Journey cares about.
Yeah. Why can't we just do something and just fucking... God damn it. Okay. I think Arcadia would want to leave it at those questions.
Leave it? Okay, yeah. I was about to say, should we ask one more question, but if you...
She would offer to leave with Aiko if Journey and Layton have anything else. Like, she's perfectly fine with you guys asking, but she would only want that. I, however, want to know what the fuck is going on. But Arcadia would be on the side of Aiko in this case, just because, oh god, she doesn't want any extra obstacles, I guess.
I was thinking of one thing, and if Arcadia wants to go away, like, while he answers it...
Is Arcadia gonna head out? Is Arcadia headed out?
Yeah.
Devin.
Okay.
Alright, what you got?
So Journey's question is essentially gonna be, is the court or the people in power, are they like basically on our tails because they know this is what we're here to do? And are they like, do they have like plans like determining like what we do set in motion? I don't know if that was asking too much for one question, but
so I would say that's a couple questions, but
Yeah.
he'll still answer them all and everything, if you want to know all those things. So the first part of your question was about, or the first question was about, why are they on our tails so much and everything, right? Nolos just leans in and grins. They don't want you finding the princess. If you find the princess, you take her away from them. And poor Reyna just can't bear to be parted with her.
Okay. I think I get this whole, like, at least a part of this then now.
What was the second part of your question again?
Do you know of, like, if they have any, like, plans to stop us from, well, obviously there's plans to stop us from, you just told me that, but anything that's gonna, like, result in, do they, hold on, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of how I'm gonna word this question.
And if you wanna talk it out and everything, Brass, and then like and everything, totally feel free. Until you have like it out, because I know for me like it's easier sometimes to talk it out and get out of my head.
I kind of want to ask him if he knows, like, did Sayuri leave because she was listening in on us and she knows that we're going after this information and she went to tell them?
From what I could gather from Empress, it's more along the lines of Sayuri knows what happened in this city. It seems like she was scurrying back to go let them know.
Okay. Knows what happened, as in?
The parents that were killed?
Okay.
Sayuri, I wouldn't be surprised if she knows what caused it.
Okay.
And if I had to guess, probably the same thing causing this, as he gestures to like the wind that's kind of like dying down like around him.
Okay.
Trust me, I've been around long enough. I've seen some Archfey and their descendants do some crazy things when they get too emotional.
Okay. Alright, I think that's where Journey is going to leave it. But, thank you.
It's a pleasure meeting you, Journey. And, I'll be sure to send Emil my regards.
Thank you. Well, I don't know if we'll ever meet again, but till we meet again.
You all have a favor I might come to collect on someday.
True.
If it's worthwhile. But I do hope to see you again. I like you. Clever one.
Later.
So long. And you heading out? Because Leighton's gonna head out. Leighton will head out with you, because he basically was staying behind because, like hell, is he leaving you behind with this man? There's no way Leighton was gonna let you be here by yourself. Like, not unless you looked at him and said, Leighton, I want to be by myself.
Much appreciated.
Yeah. So, come back.
Hello.
Hello.
Wait, I spelled it wrong.
I'm back.
There they are.
Hold on. I don't. Okay, thank God. OBS is moving. Alright. I was like, I have to use my left arm because Ko is sleeping on my right one and he's still sleeping on me. So.
Precious baby. Oh.
So
cute.
Journey and Aiko, you would have seen that Arcadia came out shortly after you. Is there anything that you guys would want to talk about outside while the rest of that negotiation was happening inside?
Nothing specific from Arcadia. She would have said, like, I didn't want to hear anything either, anything extra, so I thought I'd come out here and sit with you.
Yeah. I'm gonna roll for myself real quick.
What are you rolling?
I'm rolling for myself. I want to see how she'd be reacting in this situation.
Oh, okay.
It's extremely stressful for her. And like I know what I'd want to do, but like I'm like, what would I go do?
I feel like Lil would want to run in and just like punch the guy in the face.
No, she's like doing her best to like keep composed because they're still in a public area, but you can see that she's like shaking. I mean, like she is scared, she's nervous, she is angry, she is just like terrified of losing everything. And also like with great knowledge comes great power. Like she didn't want to know that much already. And he just like kind of slipped in a little more nuggets than she wanted. And so yep, this was what she was afraid of, so she's kind of like kicking herself for it too. So it's a lot of like there's a lot of emotions. But she's keeping it together fairly well.
Sorry, I just had I'm in a glass case of emotions like running through my head as you said that.
Yeah. Accurate.
Arcadia
so, like,
would be like trying to comfort Aiko a bit, like maybe, you know, rubbing her arm or, you know, something, like listening to her if she's like ranting about it or whatever.
Yeah. She wouldn't be ranting. She would like normally Aiko's like extremely talkative or like, you know, like the one to problem solve through something. She is like kind of like very barely pacing, like back and forth, like behind this one, like in this one corner, like going from here to here to here to here. And then when you weren't there, like there to there, like kind of like doing this whole corner. And then like when you come out and like you try to like comfort her, Aiko would just like kind of like turn to you with like a shocked look on her face with like tears in her eyes, like, what are we gonna do?
I think it'll be okay. I don't think that we're going to be put into a position where, you know, things will go wrong. I know that you're thinking of every possible bad scenario, and it's very valid. There are a lot of things that can go wrong, but we were picked as envoys for a reason, and we can handle anything that any court gives to us. And especially you, because you are Aiko, you are badass. I think everything will be okay.
We'll get through this together like we always do.
Oh,
she's
Journey
like
walked
nodding,
out. Okay,
like,
cool. Leighton's gonna come
trying
back
to
out.
tell herself.
It's like, is Leighton like having his own discussion?
No, I was telling. So before you guys undeafened, so Arcadia went back out. Journey stayed inside and was talking. Brass, everything you heard is up to you to share or not share at any point. But Leighton stayed back because, as I told Brass, like hell was Leighton going to leave Journey alone, like. Unless Journey specifically asked, and then he just would have been standing like directly outside the door. But he didn't want to leave her alone, so he was in there as well for that section. Yeah. So as soon as Journey left, Leighton would have left. So you guys all reconvene and meet up.
I'm gonna take a picture of Ko sleeping with his head on his pad. Yeah, Aiko would just, like, after hearing the pep talk from Arcadia, she's kind of like stiff upper lipping, like just like nodding, like trying to convince herself of it. Yeah, it's gonna be a rough night. Either that or it's gonna be a lot of pacing and problem solving. It's gonna be a lot of algorithms and a fucking ton of Venn diagrams.
I just picture that meme, that lady with the Venn diagrams and like
Yes.
the
Oh my
equations
god,
all around.
yes!
Yeah. Yeah, because Aiko was like, Aiko already had an idea, like when they talked to Ilke. So like I take it from here. Aiko would not want to linger here very much longer. Like she would be ready to be like, we're onto the crystal ball. We'll get it in the morning. Like, you know, like let's go back to the prancing pony. Like, you know, let's get out of here. because she wants to relay the information that she and Journey, or not she and Journey, she and Arcadia had to Journey and Layton. And once they're back in the room, and like I don't know if you want to switch maps or not, but like otherwise I could kind of like give a relay onto them.
I'll just switch over. I'll switch over the general Kokoro map just so you guys are not in the same area. But yeah, no, you guys can head on out. You're not like, and as soon as I will say, Journey, as soon as you leave, kind of the last thing that you hear is just Nola saying, you know, lovely having a meeting with you. Kind of giving that final, with you guys leaving the room, the meeting is over. Yeah. So yeah, you guys can head back to the inn. If there's anything in particular that you want to do, or you know, like you said, fill in on, you are welcome to do so.
Yeah, I could fill Journey and Layton in on the conversation with Ilke, and mention on how Ilke mentioned that when Ilke's emotions are out of whack, that it can affect the realm. Like, it doesn't have to be like right around them. It can be anywhere in the realm. And that might explain on why Cassie all of a sudden conjured the skulks. Is that Reyna is upset about something. And that's what her inkling was leading into it. But we just didn't know what.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden finding out that it's because her daughter is possibly going to be taken away, and she put this curse in place that if anyone talked about it die, is now like this moral dilemma of like, there's a whole lot for her to unpack and process. Like, part of it's like, okay, you said that you'd help us with everything, you lied to us, you put innocent people in danger for like your reasons, like, but Aiko also gets it. Like, Aiko understands it to a degree, because like they didn't want, you know, people to be taken in the first place. Like, that was one of the things that all the Envoys were like, no, we don't like that. Oh, hi, sir. But yeah, so like it's a lot of that. And then she's also going to mention that Ilke seems surprised that the Court of Fall had someone with them the entire time, but now it's connecting the dots of being like, Ilke mentioned that we were being watched and followed, whereas we were told that we were being chaperoned. Whereas when Ilke said you all were being followed, it was like, holy shit, now it's all coming together. Like, they've been keeping an eye on us because of this. So again, betrayal of trust. And yeah, it's just a lot. She's like relaying this while pacing, and probably like starting to like hyperventilate, panic, cry a little bit, but then being like, okay, like, you know, moving on, but like, this is what we've like found out, and like kind of like taking notes and like stuff like that, and like, just, yeah, it's a hot mess.
Aiko, as you kind of panic a little bit and everything, you see that like where you guys are, you know, like in your room and everything, Layton's like slowly passing like a little cake over to you, and then using his alchemy jug to make tea, and just slowly pass tea over to each of you as well, especially seeing that you're that stressed out.
Yeah. You know Aiko's stressed when she doesn't eat. Like, she's not eating because this is a lot. That is my whole ass.
Arcadia, Journey, what's going on?
Be free.
I imagine like as Aiko's pacing, Arcadia's probably just like cross-legged on her bed, like with a tea, and she's like also like having a crisis, but not nearly as outwardly as Aiko. She's letting Aiko have her moment. But she feels better than Aiko does, but she's still like also a little worried. But every now and then she'd probably chime in like with comforting words as much as she can, because she does not like seeing Aiko this upset. That's what's like upsetting her the most, is that Aiko is this upset.
I would say the same for Journey. Like, really, she's just upset that it's upsetting Aiko so much. Like, it's the burden of knowledge is a lot right now, but also her like train of thought on this whole thing is that this is what we came here to do this whole time, and it's inevitable.
Yeah.
So like, she's kind of just looking at it from that practical kind of point of view. Like, it was the Band-Aid it's gonna have to be ripped off eventually.
And for Aiko, it was the manner in which it was ripped off, like
yeah,
kind of thing. Like it's like someone telling you like, oh no, like don't worry, like it's not gonna hurt, or like we won't rip off the band-aid, and then they fucking rip it off and it hurts, and you're like, why?
This isn't
Yeah.
gonna hurt at all.
I knew this was gonna have to happen, but did it have to happen like this, like kind of thing?
Mhm.
but it's like, what would we have had to do to find that out otherwise? There was no pretty way.
Yeah,
You
and that's
know?
where Aiko, like, you know, would realize like she's naive, like this is not her forte. Like the monastery has never been one to deal with, like, you know, trickery and deceit and, you know, like get your way through undermined methods. So like this is really hard for her to grasp. And she is a very like forward, upfront person. Like this is like a big wake-up call for her of being like, oh wow, like okay, like I thought like Envoys, like I thought we had to like, you know, solve puzzles and like, you know, figure it out, but it wasn't a matter of like, you know, all the collateral damage.
Yeah.
So to speak. And then so once she realizes that, and like she kind of like not gets it out of her system because she's going to be processing this for a while, but like then she goes into problem solving mode. Like that's when she starts whipping out the Venn diagrams of being like, okay,
I imagine like Aiko just
done.
wheels out a whiteboard from somewhere and just starts going into
Okay, enough crisis. Like we need to figure out what's going on. Like wipes her nose with her tail, like, and just throws it to the side. Like okay, like,
Yeah.
you know.
And Journey is there to help with the problem solving, of course. Now that the damage is done, we can try to work out something. Like, the band-aid has been ripped.
Yeah.
We can still try to, you know, like, do things as kindly and easily as possible.
Yeah, Aiko would suggest still possibly going to Yohaizu first. And then Devoira's altar. Like, she wants to give it as much time as they can to piece together as much information that they can, so that way when they do present it, that it's like, okay, this is everything we know. Like this is coming from, like, we don't want you to think like we did not go behind your back to find this out. This was something that we, so to speak, stumbled across, but this isn't what we wanted, like, kind of thing.
Well, they're not stupid. They knew that we came here to figure this out. And on one hand, it's like, I think we're a good group of people and we want to do this as like nicely as possible. But on the other hand, they've shown time and time again that they like to withhold information, be sneaky and tricky. I mean, so it's almost like we have to find a good medium. We have to protect ourselves. But
well, and like Aiko would want to, like, she's going to try to come into this, and like this is where I think that like this is where Aiko starts making that turnaround, is that Aiko's now trying to approach this from like an empathetic mindset. Like she's trying to then, like, she's not seeing it as like, you know, they lied to us, like, you know, they could have hurt all these people. It's now thinking that like, okay, like, you know, this is like my father did the same thing. Like he gave me up to save me. Like they were trying to do something very similar. And like I've seen how Arcadia's family loves her so much. Like, and Journey's mom, like, we don't know what happened with that, but like we know that she left her with this mirror. Like it's then coming from this different mindset of being like, you know, I understand, I'm not mad anymore. Like it's now like it's like going through the stages of depression, like stages of grief.
It's emotional in a way, for sure.
It really is.
Like,
it'll take a while for acceptance, but yeah.
There's definitely a level of empathy there. Like you can understand why that it has like come to this, for sure.
But yeah, so then she would kind of be making like, okay, like pros and cons of like why they did this. Like what were the pros of it? What were the cons of it? Okay, what are the pros and cons of us knowing now? Okay, go to the next Venn diagram. All right, what are the pros and cons of like what to do next kind of thing. But
yeah, it's
because
something it's going to require some thinking and us being clever and
she just wants to make sure that they don't come across as like we know like kind of thing, like, you know,
oh no,
accusatory. Like it wants to be like she wants to come from a place of like understanding. When they do have to tell them.
I think we should. I definitely agree with Aiko on that hand that we should be, you know, as soft with it as possible, like until pushed up otherwise. You know, like we don't want to like ruffle any like feathers more than they have to be.
Yeah.
We want to try to keep our relationship with the court as cordial and good as possible. I mean, it makes sense why we were met with some kind of like, well, not just some kind of, but a lot of tension.
Well, like, it was immediately right off the bat, they wanted to see how keen we were.
Yeah.
Like, and like how easily we could be tricked. And like like that's what Aiko's going to look at in hindsight, is that, you know, it might have bought them some time, and like it just gives her like this awful pit in her stomach, because it's just also like, this is like, if it's Reina's daughter, this is Rin's niece. Yeah. This is like, this is not just like a mother protecting her child, this is a whole court family affair. Like when they were in Nice, like that's one of their own. Like they all knew. So it's just it's just a lot of like, oh, okay.
Complicated situation.
Big picture. Big picture.
Yeah. I'm definitely sweating a little bit.
So then Aiko would propose that, okay, like we take this time to like process as best as we can, and then move along to the next area, which was Yohaizu, and then they wanted to go to Voira's altar after that, and then I think they were going back to
Aramori, the capital?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys sleep? Question mark through the night. It sounds like for some of you it's not so much of a good sleep and everything. But you rest through the night, and then in the morning, you find that delivered to your inn was the crystal ball with a note that just like says with a note that's like written out in like kind of like a quick cursive script that just says Jojo, Katie, Lele, and Coco, thanks.
Oh good, I thought it was gonna be some quip.
See, he's in a better mood now.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it just says thanks, and then has like, you know, needed that rest. Signed, and then like at the bottom it's signed Iodine and C.
We should try to meet up with them just to let them know like, hey, we might have figured it out, don't lose sleep over it, kind of thing. So would they be back at...
If you try to go back and look for them, they're not there.
Okay.
If you ask Suds, or honestly even Bubbles about it and everything, they mentioned that, like, they would mention that Corvus and Ione were headed out of town.
Yeah.
And everything.
I figured as much. I just wanted to.
Yeah. No, you're good. Yeah. Like they've kind of like they've hit the road essentially. Like, because for them the mystery was basically solved, aside from trying to figure out what was going on with the child. But they had stayed here kind of a long time for them. They normally don't stay this long in one town. Mm-hmm. As you are walking through the streets, you do find Nedwin, who is clinging to a new bug and just like waves at you.
A new bug?
As he's like quickly walking his bug back to his room. But you all are able to, then get on the road and head out. And you are headed to Yohaizu?
Yeah.
As your next stop?
Aiko, before they leave, would just want to stop and say hi to Reza and kind of let them know, like, hey, like, we figured this out, and, like, you know, and just tell Cassie to keep hanging in there. You know, not to worry.
Perfect. You see, as you tell Cassie that, she just kind of, like, looks at you and it still seems just very, like, in shock. Or just kind of, a lot's happened recently. But as you check in with, like, Reza and everyone, you can kind of tell that Reza is kind of puffed, like, not puffed up, like, oh, he's full of himself now. But he's definitely trying to take, like, a bit of a leadership role with protecting them and taking care of them. And as you say, like, we figured it out and we took care of it, he actually runs up and just hugs your legs real fast and then steps back and... Yep. And then just, like, awkwardly, like, walks off.
Yeah, she would salute him, like, junior investigator. Yeah.
He's proud.
Right.
Yeah. So, as you guys head out of Kakure, you no longer need to wear your masks now that you are out of the city. You can still have them in your inventory and everything, unless you're like, screw you! And just, like, you know, graduation cap style, just toss it up in the air and everything.
God, no.
But,
it cost a fortune.
I mean...
They really did.
They really did.
Yeah.
So you all are leaving the city of Kakure, and you're able to make your way down to Yohaizu, which you know to be a city focused on merchants, on trade. You know that our dear buddy Alaric is the leader of Yohaizu, and that he's someone who's offered that he can assist on some things, but certainly if you're ever in town, to make sure that you come see him. And we are going to pick up next time.